Good afternoon, all. Am I audible? Anyone if can tell? Yeah, good afternoon. So extremely sorry for cancelling the last class. घटना जे गत वर्ष कोरोना ପାଇଁ ସବୁ ବାହାଘର ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇଗଲା ଆଉ ଏ ବର୍ଷ ପୁଣି କୋରୋନାର ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ୱେଭ ଆସୁଛି ବୋଲି ଶୁଣା ହେଲାଣି ସମସ୍ତେ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଅଲ୍ ଏଲିଜିବଲ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚଲର ସମସ୍ତେ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ବର୍ଷ ବାହା ହେଇଯିବେ so many marriage functions so unfortunately I was required to cancel 2 classes right anyway रश्मि मैडम बहुत कष्ट करके एडजस्टमेंट कर देइचंती so let's enjoy the class in the last class we started with module 2 the first topic of module 2 we took up was consumer behavior right hame mota moti discuss kar deichanti what is consumer who a consumer is a man is a consumer means any person any individual who has money need and authority to make a purchase decision is a consumer. Then we have discussed about the different types of buying behavior and why it is important to study consumer behavior is unless until you know how the consumer would react, you cannot frame a successful strategy. So in order to make the consumer react, you need to know what is their behavior pattern, how they respond to different factors of marketing like a change in price, a change in distribution, a change in promotion. For example, America ro gote Charlie, it is a very famous lingerie brand. They used advertisements with the concept of Krishna Lila. Krishna taking the clothes of gopis, and they made a campaign on that concept. And do you feel those kind of concepts in promotion, marketing, communication would work in India? No, के शिवसेना तापर बजरंगी दल सबू आसिके बैनर भांगे कि से एड एजेंसी सामने रे बसी जिबे right people will also not accept it they would feel it as a since this is a religious issue we can't accept anything with our gods anything bad with our gods right so people will respond negatively though the concept very well goes with the message the product very well goes with the concept or the concept very well goes with the product but acceptance consumers acceptance will not be there because they will not be receptive to this kind of communications similarly price co type of price we accept very low price also people feel the quality is at stake very high price people feel they would get cheated risk is high then they analyze a lot so under that we have categorized behaviors into 4 types and we have discussed about what these behaviors are right 4 types of behavior complex buying behavior habitual buying behavior variety seeking buying behavior and dissonance reducing buying behaviors ta bitaru gotiye special type thila dissonance reducing joti not many marketing strategy will help rather tamara sales person help kari paribo to handle consumers with that kind of behavior who normally crips for their rejections who get dissatisfaction due to their rejections se jo product select kochanti that product is perfectly okay it's good it's satisfactory but they are dissatisfied because they could not buy something else or else about their purchase ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ confused consumer ସେମାନେ brands को differentiate କରି ପାରନ୍ତିନି କିମ୍ବା value को estimate କରି ପାରନ୍ତିନି so for those kind of consumers basically dita hi marketing strategy kamare ase gote hela celebrity endorsement since we Indians we are very die-hard fans of celebrities ସେମାନେ ଯାହା କହିଦେଲେ ଆମ ପାଇଁ ବେଦର ଗାର ଭଳିଆ ହେଇଯାଏ ସଚିନ ତେନ୍ଦୁଲକର ଯଦି କହିଲେ ଯେ ବୁଷ୍ଟ ଇଜ ସିକ୍ରେଟ ଅଫ ହିଜ ଏନର୍ଜି ଆଉ ତାପରେ ସବୁ ମାଙ୍କର ପାଇଁକା ସେଟା ତାଙ୍କ ଛୁଆର ଏନର୍ଜିର ସିକ୍ରେଟ ହେଇଯିବ ରାଇଟ ଇଫ ଅମିତାଭ ବଚ୍ଚନ would say ICICI bank is the best bank then probably many would jump into that bank assuming that Amitabh Bachchan has opened an account with ICICI bankers so say dita hi basically strategy kamare ase to handle consumers who show a dissonance reducing behavior right tapare ame last discuss karuthile buying roles as you can read there are 5 types of buying roles: initiator, influencer, decider, buyer, user. ସେମାନେ କିଏ ମୁଁ already slide ରେ ଲେଖି ଦେଇଛି. There is nothing much to discuss in that. But question is marketer କୁ କ'ଣ ଦରକାର? Why he should know that ଗୋଟେ particular consumption ରେ କିଏ କୋଉ role play କରୁଛି? Like for example, ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ଘର, how you are buying a house painting service, then do all the members of the family play the same role? No. Some take decision, some initiate the process. Maybe wife of the family would say ଘରଟା ଭଲ ଦେଖାଉନି, ରଙ୍ଗ ଛାଡି ଗଲାଣି, ମହାନ୍ତି ବାବୁଙ୍କ ଘର କଲର କଲେ କେତେ ବଢିଆ ରଙ୍ଗ ହେଇଛି, right? Kids might say that ମୋ room ର interior change ହବ. So they would be initiators, right? Influencer, a interior designer can be influencer expert, a experienced person, a person who had already used it, a person who have adequate knowledge in that consumption. They play the role of influencer. Decider, normally one who sponsored the purchase or ja pocket ru paisa ta katibo, siye hi decider role play kare normally. Or else people with much pester power, माने pester power कौन जाको family रे बहुत pamper करा जाए, जाको अन्य मानों ठो टिक्के अधिका weightage की मा importance दिया जाए, they play the role of the decider. गधा of the family जे जीवो सेटा को उठेगी selling point रो नहीं के आसीबो, and user is people who will use it. Now question is, why the knowledge of this buying roles is important? काहे जानिबा दरकार जे who plays which role? Anybody have any idea? What is the need to know these buying roles for a marketer? मते तो जिंस बिकवार अछि जे पैसा दबो मोर फोकस ता पाखरे. Anyone have any किछि माइंड को आसुची like a roles रो knowledge कोन पय दरकार गोटे marketer? Reporting to influence. Okay. Consumer wants and preference. See, basically this knowledge is required to frame communication strategy. Amaro knowledge of buying roles, I mean marketers basi use karanti in marketing communication. When go to message theory, marketing message theory kara jaye, they try to attract the attention or they try to influence the initiators, the influencers, the deciders, or all of them, right? Buyer को बेसी से माने buyer को consideration रे निया जाए packaging strategy रे, कारण जे धरी कि नबो ताको केमती comfortable हबो, packaging, presentation आउ display consideration, buyer को consideration रे निया जाए. Who is a buyer? For example, let's suppose if lady is a buyer, right? And if you have designed a 5 kg packet, the packet should have a handle. For a lady to carry a 5 kilo packet without handle in the container or without having a handle in the packet is very difficult. So basically packaging, display and presentation at the selling point. While deciding these 3 things, the role of decider is taken into account. Who is the decider in the family? It's a male member, it's a female member, it's an adult, it's a kid, it's the house maid, or kiye buyer kiye hobo, kiye asiki kiniki nabo. Taku consideration ne niya jaye, only taking 3 decisions. One is packaging, presentation or sales display, and presentation. Right, point of purchase रे तारा presentation कोटी सेटा रखा होची सेटा देखा होची ना नहीं. Like for example chocolates गुड़ा तमे सदा बेले देखिवो दुकान रो front रो रे display हेतिवो, because kids करो height सेटा assume करा जाए it's a product meant for the kids, तो तांका height छोटो से माने दुकान भीतर सेटा को सेल्फ रे रखिले से display attract करिवनी से buyer को किंबा user को. So they are displayed at the front row in the store so that kids can put attention or pay attention to it, or the product can put a appeal on the buyer. आउ अन्य जेते रोल अच्छी इनिशिएटर इन्फ्लुएंसर डिसाइडर यूजर ए कंसिडरेशन ए नॉलेज ऑफ दिस इज रिक्वायर्ड व्हाइल डिजाइनिंग ए मार्केटिंग कम्युनिकेशन तमे गोटे पीस ऑफ एडवर्टाइजमेंट तैयारी करछो लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल मैगी नूडल्स राइट मैगी नूडल्स बेसिकली एबे तो सेटा सब सेगमेंट को टारगेट कलानी बट जब स्टार्टिंग रे मार्केट को आस्तिला इट वाज प्रोडक्ट मेंट फॉर बेसिकली किड्स राइट टीनेजर्स एंड किड्स टीनेजर ए एज ग्रुप को ही टारगेट करा हेतिला they positioned it as a quick made food 2 minutes noodle मु जानि ने आज पर्यंत मो हाथ रे केबे 2 मिनिट रे मैगी हेनी जदि का हाथ रे से वंडर हेथु आई वुड बी ग्लैड टू नो इट but since they present it as a 2-minute noodle they claim that in 2 minutes you can do it सेटा तार campaigns पे you will always see initially ebero campaign chhad daba agaru initially launching period ro campaign you will find that always the message or the campaign showed a kid with a mother right a kid with a mother though the kid is the user but the mother is the decider in that consumption of maggie ma decide karibo whether I will give maggie to the kid or not आ ये जो 2 मिनट रो स्ट्रेटजी से माने यूज करचंदी गोटे किड रो किछि लेन देन नाही 2 मिनिट्स रो होची ना 5 मिनिट रो होची ना 10 मिनिट रो होची ना 15 मिनिट रो होची तो जने अडल्ट ही मते करि के दबो आई हैव नो नथिंग टू से इन इट ए 2 मिनिट्स रो स्ट्रेटजी तैयारी करा गला to influence or hit the decider or to hit the initiator a mother is an initiator in this process consumption of maggie a mother is a decider in consumption in case of consumption of maggie so see to attract her or to put an appeal on her they used this strategy right so basically the knowledge of buying roles is important in designing a marketing communication for the product. Next, we'll come to next step in consumer behavior is how to a consumer decide to buy. Process कौन आमे जेतेबेले आमे डिस्कस करथिले गोटे पेन जेतेबेले किनुचु आ गोटे इंश्योरेंस पैकेज किनुचु द प्रोसेस आर डिफरेंट राइट so basically in general यदि आमे डिस्कस करिबा the decision making process consumers decision making process has 5 stages it has 5 stages हुए कौन in some cases in some purchases some of the stages are skipped like for example when we are buying a habitual product a routinized product जोटा हमें last 10 वर्ष हेलानी यूज करूछु आ सेटा को किनिया को मु जाउची सेठी probably I will not go for information search I will not go for evaluation of alternative I will not go for need recognition product ता सरीला घरे मु दुकान को गली से ब्रांड रो आ गोटे पैकेट उठे की आनेली in case of habitual buying but when we are buying a non frequently purchased product I am showing a complex buying behavior I am buying a product which has higher price I am buying a product which has higher risk in that case I will systematically go through all these 5 stages ता माने किछि कंजप्शन रे आमे किछिटा स्टेजेस को जाउ ना स्किप करि जाउ से लगी प्रोसेस ता ऑटोमेटिकली फास्ट हे जाए टाइम कंजप्शन कमी जाए और decision ta quick way but kichi अन्य किछि प्रोडक्ट कंजप्शन रे आमे we go through all these 5 stages systematically after need recognition there will be information search after information search there will be evaluation of it but से गुडा को सेते बेले हमरो टाइम अधिक ने बट सब कंजप्शन रे आमे ए पांचटा स्टेज थ्रू रे ही जाऊ जेते बेले हमरो परचेज ता थर्ड टाइम फोर्थ टाइम फिफ्थ टाइम रिपीट होची देन हमें धीरे धीरे आदरे कोन करबो स्टेजेस गुडा को स्किप करबो एज ए कंज्यूमर वी विल स्किप द स्टेजेस नॉट एज ए मार्केटर एज ए कंज्यूमर वी विल स्किप द स्टेजेस राइट so what are the stages of this process first the process of decision making मु गोटे प्रोडक्ट किनेबी से प्रोसेस ता स्टार्ट हबो with need recognition that means identifying the need मु कहिथिले से दिन it is a feeling of deprivation felt deprivation मते मु deprived feel करिबी right I will feel deprived of certain things I will feel deprived of certain benefits certain comforts certain conveniences certain feelings I will feel deprived of. Jetebele more actual state or expected state vary karibo. There is a gap between my actual state and my expected state. Need recognition. ए लास्ट 14 February बहुत पिला माने गोटे नीड रिकॉग्नाइज करथिबे जानकर एक्चुअल स्टेट हैला दे डोंट हैव ए गर्लफ्रेंड आउ एक्सपेक्टेड स्टेट इज दे वांट वन they must have identified a need, right? Got a need of a girlfriend. Then those who wanted to express their feelings, and they must have identified the need of a Cadbury chocolate with a heart in the middle of the bar. So need recognition ru decision making process ta start hobo where you identify the deprivation that creeps within you. A need a feeling, this felt deprivation, this feeling when increases to a certain threshold, it becomes a want, or need is converted into want, where you make up your mind which product can satisfy you. Then slowly that want is converted into demand in the next 3 stages. So the process starts with need, identification of need. After identifying the need, a consumer search for information. Mo need ta kemiti fulfill hobo. Or suppose need ta want re convert he jaichi, mo want ta kemiti fulfill hobo. I want a product now. I want a shampoo. I want a pack of a bottle of antiseptic liquid. I want a hand sanitizer. I want a mask. एबे सबो आमे कोविड टर्म रे डिस्कस करिया so that people can relate to and understand it at ease, right? So then you need to search for information. Product kon available achi. Then why do we search for information? We basically search in 2 sources, some internal sources and some external sources. Internal sources is your past experience. One. Second, your memory. These 2 are your internal resources or internal sources of information. Either you have used certain things in the past, the experience you derived from those conceptions, or your memory of going through some information related to that product. Mo kote hoarding dekhitili, kote newspaper advertisement dekhitili, kote TV re campaign dekhitili, radio re kote jingle sunitili, and you try to remember or retrieve it. कौन थिला माने ए मोर गोटे बही किनियार अछि हम गोटे बढ़िया एडवर्टाइजमेंट देखतिबो सेदिन गूगल ले आस्थिला गोटे बढ़िया बही रो ना कौन से बहीटा देन यू इट्स गुड डे बैड डे कौन बहीटा थिला हु वाज द ऑथर देन यू ट्राई टू रिट्राइव इट फ्रॉम योर मेमोरी. External sources ko again we can divide into 2 types, like informal sources and formal sources. Informal sources, family, friends, relative, peer groups. Formal sources, your co-workers, colleagues, office employees. One. Second is advertisements. Third, news. And always informal sources has a higher impact than formal sources. Why? Because the credibility of informal sources or the trustworthiness of informal sources are higher than formal sources. हमें सांगो जहाँ कहे ताकू अधिका ट्रस्ट करिया than गोटे formal source, गोटे advertisement किंबा गोटे office रो colleague कौन कोची, right? Now suppose तमे गोटे क्वेश्चन टे प्रिपेयर है ना परीक्षा हॉल रे बस से क्वेश्चन टा पड़ी गला जने इन्विजिलेटर अछंती मे बी से जो सर अछंती से सब्जेक्ट न ही पारंती जने इन्विजिलेटर अछंती आ तम सांग अगर पछरे सब बसचंती यू आस्क्ड द इन्विजिलेटर फॉर हेल्प सर टिके क्वेश्चन टा ये लिखिबी कि आ सर कहबे जे ना ना एटा लिखो ना एटा लिखो तापर सांग कहबो अरे ई क्वेश्चन आंसर पूरा एटा whom you would rely more. Whom you would rely more. कहा कथाटा को सुनी के आंसर टा लिखिबो सांगो कथा ना जो इन्विजिलेटर सर अछंती तांको कथा. And mind you, the teacher has not taught you that chapter or that subject, friend. हला एटी प्रूफ हे गला आशीष सरोज एंड ज्योति आर सेइंग फ्रेंड एथरू प्रूफ हे गला जे इनफॉर्मल सोर्स is more influencing than formal sources, right? because marketers knew it, informal sources जो हमारा concept सब आसचे network marketing, viral marketing, all these marketing concepts are led on the pillar of this strength of informal source. पूरा concept of network marketing है इंडिया रे network marketing का इतना successful है ही पारुने due to some reasons, but पूरा से concept of network marketing is lying on the concept of this strength of or trustworthiness or credibility of a informal source टा इतने highly trustworthy ताको use करके marketer चाहूँचंती sell करिया को product, and that is the base of network marketing. That is the gist of network marketing. So after collecting information, next what you do, let's suppose you want one product and you have collected information about 10 products, 10 brands. तुमको गोटे let's suppose तुमको गोटे hair color दरकार थिला, hair dye दरकार थिला, or you want to invest in some mutual funds and you collected information about 10 brands. You have Kotak Mahindra, you have Sher Khan, you have ICICI, you have Reliance, you have Axis Securities. Now, how do you decide which one to consume? तुम गोटे shampoo किनिवार अछि 15 brand of shampoo are available in the market. Then which one you will buy? What normally a consumer do? He evaluate the alternatives. केमिति evaluation हुए? While identifying the need, a consumer makes or he has certain buying criteria in his mind. सबु case रे, सबु consumption case रे, आमर किछिटा buying criteria थाए. Right? आमे गोटे anticipation करू as consumer, we develop a anticipation that I will buy a product of price this. It should have functions this, it should have features this, it should have a goodwill of this, it should have a quality of this level. एमते किछिटा हमरा buying criteria थाए. आ जेतेटा alternative आमे बाछु पाऊ information search रू आमे से alternative गुडा को ए buying criteria against a match करू. Which alternatives are matching to our buying criteria, and all those alternatives which or the best alternative or the alternative which matches most of sabu buying criteria gote product match karibo se man se situation ta is rare, but jo alternative ta maximum buying criteria ko match karibo, that is the best alternative, and then a consumer purchase it. While purchasing the product, it kon hue they develop certain expectations of the product's performance. आमे product पे किनिला बेले आमे गोटे develop करू expectation about the product. Like for example, मझिरे Videocon रो गोटे fridge आसिला जार door रे गोटे water outlet थिला. So if you want to have a glass of chilled water, तुमको fridge खोलिवा दरकार नहीं किंबा पानी को bottle ले store करिया दरकार नहीं. सेठी गोटे inbuilt tank थिला fridge रो door रे upper part रे, and upper part गोटे थिला गोटे से गोटे outlet लगी थिला door रो बाहर पटे. You open the tap and you can have a glass of water. So people expected that this product will offer more comfort or more convenience, right? But on the contrary कौन हैला से feature टा एबे हमें आउ देखिया को पाउनो. On the contrary कौन हैला लोक जेते सेटा को से expectation रे किनिले that this is more comfortable or more convenient. तापरे देखिले जे what about the hygiene issue? सेटा जो inbuilt container or tank, water tank टा थिला fridge भितरे, that was fixed, and how to clean it? आ जदि सेटा को मोबाइल कर दे थांते फिक्स न करिके सेटा को मोबाइल वाटर टैंक टा को करि थांते ताले लीकेज इश्यू ए सब इश्यू आस्थिले अगेन प्रोडक्ट रे फॉल्ट हे थांता. सो व्हाट दे डिड, मेक द टैंकर फिक्स्ड. व्हेन दे मेड इट फिक्स्ड, हाउ टू क्लीन इट? आमर माइंडसेट अछि आमे वाटर कंटेनर को एवरी अल्टरनेट डे 2 दिन में थरे 3 दिन में थरे जेंतेले सफा करिवो. सो व्हेन वी आर नॉट एबल टू क्लीन इट, तापरे लोकंकर आसला क्वेश्चन मार्क. व्हाट इज द हाइजीन एस्पेक्ट? कंफर्ट कन्वीनियंस तो दोउची किंतु हेल्थ कोन दा संगे रे दोउची, राइट? सो सिंस पीपल रिजेक्टेड इट, that feature was taken out from the product. Then after during purchase, consumers built up expectations. Next is the post-purchase behavior. After buying it, consuming it, they develop some post-purchase behavior. And if for a marketer, this post-purchase behavior is important because जदि product माने frequently purchased commodity category रे अछि जोटा बारंबार the marketer want that he should buy the same brand again and again. In that case, post purchase behavior बहुत matter करे. यदि ता post purchase behavior ता satisfactory हबो ताले ही से product को से repeat purchase करिवो. Now next is what about जो product once in lifetime किना होची ता माने कोन से marketer माने they are not worried about the post purchase behavior. Yes, they are worried about because जो product गुड़ा infrequently purchase होची maybe once in a lifetime housing. Many people buy 50% of the population buy it once in a lifetime. Holidays maybe 2-3 years once we buy. So say तार अर्थ न जे एटा frequently purchase होनी तो consumer marketer is not worried about the feeling of the consumer. Marketer is worried because these people are strong point of recommendations. These people are strong point of recommendations for others. Se mane recommend karibe aw recommend jetebele karibe as a informal source se mane recommend karibe. And you know what is the strength of this informal source recommendation, right? So they become a they become a word of mouth advertising free of cost to develop a positive attitude in consumers mind. They become a word of mouth communication, source of communication. That's why post purchase behavior is very essential in all types of consumption. Maybe seta routinely kinuchanti consumer, everyday kinuchanti, frequently kinuchanti, moderate frequency re kinuchanti, kimba once in lifetime kinuchanti. But post purchase behavior is very important. And normally consumer shows 4 types of post purchase behavior. If they have developed कहली से माने purchase बेले गोटे expectation develop करिथिबे about the product's performance. If the actual performance of the product matches exactly to the expected performance, मो expect करिथिली जहा suppose मो गोटे washing powder किनिची expect करिथिली जे कपड़ा रे दाग थिले से washing powder रे से दागटा छाडी जिवो आ से washing powder टा यूज करके से दागटा छाडी गला, then I am satisfied. से दागटा छाडीलानी, I am dissatisfied. दागटा छाड़ीला किंतु पूरा छाड़ीनी फेड ही टिके रहिला तापर दागटा बहुत दिन रो थिला. So I am confused. प्रोडक्ट काम कला ना नाही कारण हुए तो बहुत पुराना दाग थिला सेति पई छाडीलानी कि कोन डिसोनेंस. बट जदि कपड़ा रो दाग छाडी गला आ ता संगे कपड़ाटा आउरी व्हाइट हे गला तारो जो पेल व्हाइट क्लोथ्स के ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ यूज गोटे पेल येलोइश टाइप हे जाय सेटा जदि छाडी गला देन आई एम डिलाइटेड. Right? So there are 4 types of post purchase behavior consumers exhibit. One is they are delighted, satisfied, dissatisfied, and dissonance, cognitive dissonance. They suffer from cognitive dissonance. Delighted means they are surprised, they are more than happy, they are what you can say, all their dreams came true with the consumption. Satisfaction, whatever they have expected, the product has performed it. Dissatisfaction, product has not performed. मु चाहतली मो पुओ 90% रखो से जदि 90%, 89, 91 रख देला I am satisfied. से जदि 97 रख देला I am delighted. से जदि 70% रखिला I am dissatisfied. से जदि आउ कोन ता रिजल्ट याडे से हे गला मु भाबितली मैथ साइंस रे बहुत स्कोर करिवो से किंतु हिंदी एसएसटी रे बहुत स्कोर कर देला then I am confused, dissonance, right? And if you get a delighted customer, nothing like it in marketing. If you have got a delighted customer, then you have earned maximum profit from him because subsequently he will become a source of advertisement, a trustworthy source of advertisement for your brand. This is how a consumer decides a product. Next is ये जो डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस हमें डिस्कस कर ले, नीड रिकॉग्नाइज कर ले, इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च हैला, इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव हैला, ऑल दिस थिंग्स, डू यू फील इट इज सो सिंपल एंड सो इजी टू आइडेंटिफाई इवन द नीड? लेट्स सपोज टू आइडेंटिफाई द नीड, मु एबे कहबी you many of you must have a watch, घंटा प्राय बोलते पाखापाखि समस्त पाखरे थिबो, right? When you purchase a watch, how the process of decision making started? कारण watch रो purchase consumption आमे जदि discuss करिबा ताहले need is to see time. If need is to see time only, then why Titan is selling brand extensions starting from Sonata to Xylus, Octane and Raga, etc. Sonata or Citizen watches 250, 300, 400, 500 rupees per unit. Two Xylus watches some 1,000 rupees per unit. And both would say so the same time. घड़ी किसी का वक्त नहीं बदल सकता, right? As there is a saying, घड़ी किसी का वक्त नहीं बदल सकता. And what are the features? Someone says it's different features. And what are all those features? And are those features worth paying that premium price? से जो features विषय रे तमे कथा होचो, जेमिते आजिकाली features आसुचे smart watches रे, it will take a reading of your heartbeats, your pulse rate, your calorie consumptions, your calorie burning, ए सब कथा हमें कहि परिबा features रे. Water resistance, okay. Then is the premium worth paying it? मुझे तो कहली 300 टंका रे भी गोटे घंटा मिलुची, आ ए फीचर्स पाई का हमें सपोज 3 लाख दे के गोटे घंटा किनुचंती. So the premium I am paying 2,99,700 rupees, is it worth paying? Quality, change and fashionable. See, terms are now coming up, fashion. And when I talked about need recognition, decision making process starts with a need. So fashion, buying a watch and fashion quote has a need re posila. Need of brand and need of quality, okay. That means consumers have different kinds of need. Basically, we have 4 types of need. One is a functional need, basic purpose of some products we buy because we want the function of the product. There are emotional needs, or there are social and economic needs, and there are there are functional needs, social needs, economic needs, and emotional or psychological needs also. Mobile phone with cameras, mobile phone with 3 cameras, mobile phones with 4 cameras, mobile phones with 5 cameras, and we are attracted by those features. But what is the basic concept or need or basic need, the functional need of buying a mobile phone is to communicate. आ Vivo तो communication विषय रे कथा ही कहूनी, Oppo तो communication ऊपर कथा ही कहूनी. They are claiming on photography skills, photography clarities. Right. So, when we are talking about that a decision making process starts with a need, the need always may not be a functional need. The need can be a psychological need can be an economic need, the need can also be a social need. Like for example, मोइटी 3-4 cases, concepts, instances तुमको explain करिबी, and then we will come to know that what are all those factors which influence this consumer's decision making process. किंबा a need recognition. Need टा केवल मोर गोटे product दरकार सेटा ही need नो, that is called functional need. मोर product or function, fridge टे मोर दरकार कारण fridge रे मु store करिवि food items for a longer time. ता छड़ा आउ किछि अछि कि गोटे फ्रिज किनिवार प्रोसेस इनिशिएट होछि, आउ किछि नीड अछि कि अछि, आउ किछि नीड भी अछि. सोशल नीड इज आल्सो एसोसिएटेड विथ, साइकोलॉजिकल नीड इज आल्सो एसोसिएटेड विथ. फॉर एग्जांपल हम सपोज कहबा अनगोल्ड ले गोटे नालको टाउनशिप अछि, ऑल ऑफ यू नो इट. जानि छ अनगोल्ड ले जो नालको यूनिट ता अछि तार गोटे टाउनशिप भी अछि. और भुवनेश्वर रे जो नालको ऑफिस अच्छी नालको कॉलोनी अच्छी चंद्रशेखरपुर रे नालको कॉलोनी. Now, let's suppose the managing director of Nalco stays in the residential quarter given to him in the Nalco township. The distance between his office and house is, let's suppose, 500 meters or 1 kilometer. 40 kilometer. Normally, factory or township 1 kilometer radius भितर हुए, तो से 1 kilometer भितर ही रहुचंती. Which kind of vehicle you expect or he will drive? Which kind of vehicle he will use to come from his office to from his home to his office? BMW, okay, a car. And Jyoti, can it be a simple car, any car, or it is some specific segment car? Bentley, Audi, luxury car. Okay. So let's suppose, assuming that I am the or you are the managing director of Nalco, and you ride a bicycle. You take a bicycle to your office. What difference will it make? What difference will it make? Jedi managing director of Nalco, Japan and Nalco Nalco is an Indian company and we have its township at Angul and Bhubaneswar. Impression will be low. Manas says impression will be low. Loss of personality, social prestige. Now, what if, see, we consumers and we public are very confused at times. Pratap Sadangi, na sunithibo? Ama Mantri, Sri Pratap Sadangi. Ko area ru? Baleswar. And he used a bicycle for his communication. To commute from one place to other, he rides a bicycle. And riding that bicycle is also giving him a special kind of respect. A special image of honesty and integrity at one end. Other end, the managing director of Nalco will ride the same bicycle, then his social image will be degraded. It's Mr. Patnaik, it is satisfaction of need, but I'm asking about what is that need which is getting satisfied. I can also portray, by using a cycle, I can also try to portray a eco-savior environmentalist image of an environmentalist or eco-savior. I can also portray the image of an environmental activist. Though I am the managing director of Nalco, I'm also an environmental activist. That's why I don't want to pollute the environment. I don't have a need to ride a vehicle which runs on fuel and creates pollution. I will take a bicycle. Then also the social image will be degraded. That means when we are consuming something, it's not only associated with us, it is also associated with the group we are a part of. That is called a social need. If managing director of Nalco is using a Fortuner, a Skoda, a Honda, any segment car to commute or travel a distance of 700 meters or 1 kilometer, then it is under the pressure of the society, or that is catering to some kind of a social need. To every role, to every responsibility, to every role, to every level of the society, we have certain norms, consumption norms. We expect people to exhibit those norms. When a person belongs to a certain class, or a person belongs to a certain group, or a person belongs to certain particular segment of the society, we expect him to behave in a particular pattern. And if he doesn't do that, or if he doesn't abide himself by that consumption or that prescription, we call him antisocial, or as you say, social image gets degraded. Yeah, nowadays you name few. This is Sai Romit Mahapatra says that nowadays many high profile guys are riding bicycle. True, we admit it. केवल बाइसाइकल जो बाइकर गैंग साइकिल राइडर गैंग छड़ा शो मी मु खाली एपर्यंत भुवनेश्वर रे मु गोटे खबर पाइची इन्फोसिस रे गोटे ग्रुप ऑफ बॉयज काम करूचंती जो माने सम हॉस्पिटल पाखरे कोठी गोटे मेस करी के रहउचंती एंड दे आर सेठू सीए इन्फोसिट को आसुचंती साइकिल ले ता छड़ा मु कई हाई प्रोफाइल लोक भुवनेश्वर रास्ता रे देखिनी जे आर यूजिंग साई रोमित आई डोंट नो इफ यू कैन give us some information. You have, if you have seen certain ministers, MPs, MLAs, management level employees in who are riding bicycle, if you can give us information. Have you really seen it? हाँ सकाळे बहुत लोक साइकिल चलुचंती से गोटे पूरा जेमती हमर बाइकर ग्रुप अछि सेमती साइकिल राइडर ग्रुप अछि से माने 20-30 किलोमीटर जाउचंती एटू चिलिका जाउचंती एटू पुरी जाउचंती एटू सातपड़ा पळौचंती बट फॉर देयर रियल कॉज ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन आर दे यूजिंग साइकिल टू कम्यूट मु कारपेंटर देखिची मिस्त्री देखिची इलेक्ट्रिशियन देखिची बट आई हैव नॉट सीन एनी पब्लिक सेक्टर एम्प्लॉय राइडिंग ए बाइसाइकिल टू द ऑफिस. Right? So it is there to get the social acceptance. This is a social factor which is influencing the consumption. This is a social factor which is influencing the consumption. So I कहली marriage रे हमारा budget for attire goes up by 50%, 50 times, 30 times, 20 times. That is a cultural factor. Now, for example, have you seen any Hindu family? हिंदू फैमिली रो मैरिज रे कोठी भी तमे ब्राइड को कोटे व्हाइट साड़ी रे देखिचो because for us white is not a auspicious color. White and black are not auspicious colors. For Hindus, Sanatan Dharmis, white and black are not auspicious colors. White is not worn on wedding days. But if you see Christian weddings, they prefer the best color they would prefer is white gown. So the choice of color in the wedding attire is culture based. Culture has an influence on it, in it. Right? Similarly, जदि तमे आमे देखिबा आउ गोटे factor surf. Surf has many variants available in the market. Surf, dirt magnet, surf kid stain, surf XL, surf zero magnetic, surf ro 6-7 टा variation अछि. And they present it to different segments of the market. Do you feel the performance of the product would be different? गोटे सर्फ किड स्टेन कोआ होची मार्केटिंग कम्युनिकेशन कहूची जे जो फैमिलीज रे छोटो छुआ थिबे से माने फूड आइटम्स स्पिल करंती खाइला बेले एठी सिटी पके दियंती तो सेठी से माने ताको किड स्टेन ता नॉर्मली यूज करिवे से फैमिलीज से दाग उडा छोड़िया पे. Don't you think dirt magnet किंबा surf excel यूज करले से स्टेन गुडा को छाडी जिवो? छाडीबनी. dirt magnet यूज करले से स्टेन छाडीबनी केवल किड स्टेन यूज करले छाडीबो. Now if you will read the ingredients on the packet, yes, Mukesh says any detergent will do the same one. That means that is a perception. Choice of a particular brand extension of a product is a case of perception. It is purely a case of perception. मझे गोटे ऑयल पैकेट आसला मो ब्रांड ता तार भूली जाउची जोटा now which is a form of a fatty acid, how it can be also कौन कराइतला ताको 0 कैलोरी कोलेस्ट्रॉल फ्री रो इमेज दवा पई ता पैकेट टा को पूरा पतला करके लंबा कर देती स्लिक सफोला. Yes, slick करके ताको पैकेट ताको tall and slick packaging, so that it will communicate a concept of cholesterol free or zero cholesterol, zero fat concept. Now oil is a version of fatty acid. How it can be zero fat free or zero cholesterol? तापर सेटा बे बंद हे गला, zero cholesterol सारा बंद हे जाइछि. Maybe some people must have claimed and सेटा बंद हे गला. That means it is purely, the decision is purely based on your perception. Similarly toothpaste रे बहुत variations, गोटे गोटे brand किछि नले 8-10 variations market को offer करूचंती, which are sold only based on, or the choice of those extensions are purely based on accepting few, जेमती Sensodyne किबा Colgate sensitive हैला जोटा कि specially for sensitive tooth ପାଇଁ का, ता छडा अन्य जहा variations से मन दोचंती, all are cleaning the tooth to the same degree, and the choice of those brand extensions are purely perception based processes. Consumer ताको ता perception नेकी select करूची. So we have discussed that so many factors are influencing our decision making process. सेटे खाली नो जे मोर गोटे प्रोडक्ट मते टाइम देखियार अछि सेति पय का मु घंटा किनुची, मु नो डाउट टाइम देखिया पय घंटा किनुची, the brand I am choosing, the choice of that brand is influenced by many factors, and those factors can be categorized into 4 types: cultural factors, social factors, personal factors, and psychological factors. Cultural factors, I mean jemti kahile Christian bride would wear a white gown, whereas a Hindu bride would put on a red attire, the red sari or a red lehenga. This is the choice of color is influenced by culture, right? Choice of the brand of car which the managing director of Nalco is using is because of the role and status he has, or because of the reference group to which he is a member. It's due to a social influence he is consuming that brand. Personal factors like age, lifestyle, occupation, economic conditions, lifestyles, these are factors which also influence our buying decisions. Like for example, what would be the choice of color? Jane 30 to 40 years old, 30 to 50 years, 50 to 70, को color shirt choice करियो. मु दीटा color specification दोची, red and black. Sorry, तीनटा age group दोची, 30 to 40, 40 to 60, 60 and above. We have 3 colors: white, black, and red. You match them to the age groups. You match them to the age group. 30 to 40 red, some says 30, 40 black. If I put 60 above red, what will happen? $60 and above, I put red to that age group. Will they not choose it? 60 above white. Ramya Ranjan says 60 above white. I say 60 above is red. What's harm in it? That age group and that color combination is not socially acceptable, right? It's not that that age group don't like it. We don't like that age group to see in that color. We don't want that age group to be in that color. तांको इंटरेस्ट कथा जहा हो न हो, आमे देखिया लोक कहबे बुढ़ा पूरा रंगीला, राइट? से तमरो जेमते बे चलीची इंस्टाग्राम रे कोन पारी, से बुढ़ा चलीले पारी करिया को नै कि. So age has an influence in choice of product. Similarly, lifestyle, jemti घंटा कथा कहतली, घंटा starting from Sonata to high-end brands of Titan, brand extension of Titan, the selection is purely based on lifestyle. Economic condition certainly will influence, कारण economic condition हिसाब रे ही more affordability decide होगा, affordability decide हेले ही more product right? Occupation also, if you see a professor and a builder, tankar car brand निश्चय different thibo. A builder would prefer a SUV or a sport vehicle, where a professor of a university will have a city Honda or something of that kind. Right? And psychological factors also intervene. जेमती कहले सर्फ एक्सेल 10टा वेरिएशन अछि, 10 जण 10टा different variations choose करछन्ती purely based on perception, purely based on beliefs. Right? If I will give you two products, one of Tata, make of Tata, and other any ABC brand, which one you would prefer? Tata. Why? Now all mostly a comment start on Tata. Why? Question is why? Because we have developed a positive attitude towards Tata. Now the selection of that brand is based on your psychological concept, psychological factor, attitude. So these are all the factors which influence a consumer's decision. Simply आमे गोटे need recognize करूना, need to recognize करके जेतरे आमे decision, buying decision नो, से तीनिटा जाको step, need recognition, information search, evaluation of alternative, and buying. चारिटा जाको step, they are highly influenced by this four set of factors. While we identify our need, जेतरे गोटे 60 years 70 years लोक गोटे identify करूची need जे तांको गोटे shirt किनिबार अछि, he also keep it in mind the shirt should not be in a very bright vibrant color. Due to my age, in this age I am not expected to wear this color, and if I do so I will be socially rejected or socially dejected. Right? At particular, when I am playing a particular role, I am expected to show a particular consumption which should match to my lifestyle. Whether I purely need the function of that product or not, I don't know, but I need to play I need to follow that consumption. The consumption should match to my lifestyle. So these are the factors, and this is how jo 4-5 example deli just to tell you really these factors. I mean, bhabiba je factors guda हुए तो हमको influence करूनांती, but really in today's market with such a stiff competition in the market, so many alternatives available in the market, our social presence, kind of social presence we hold today, मो जोटी मो रेस्टोरेंट जाई कि खाइबा आगरु फोटो उठे कि सेटा को सोशल मीडिया रे पोस्ट करूची, with that kind of social presence, all the pressure of these factors or the role of these factors are becoming more important than your need. And a marketer can take advantage of this knowledge. If he knows these are the factors which influence a consumer's decision, then he can use these factors in his product designing, in his pricing strategies, in his communication strategy, in his positioning strategy, and can communicate that, yes, this is a good product and specially made for you. Right? So with this, we end this topic. Next, we will start with marketing planning. Maybe today we'll again get a chance to meet at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, we'll continue with market planning. Right? Any doubt from this last 1 hour? Okay. So thank you. We'll again meet at 7. Thank you. 25th of January କହିଥିଲି।
25th January ମୋର ସେଠି ସରି 15th January Good afternoon. Okay, shall we start? In fact, in my last class yesterday, am I audible and visible, I hope? Yes, thank you. Now, in the last class, we discussed we have completed the unit 1 as well as the unit 5 also. In fact, in unit 1, we completed the process of management, functions of a manager, skills required for a manager, the levels of management, roles of a manager, the principles of management that we have also discussed. Okay, and from unit 5 we discussed two questions. One is that the challenges faced by the manager in the 21st century, the challenges what we are facing. That is one question. Another question is that what are the diversified role to be played by a manager in the 21st century, that we have also discussed. Now these are the two questions which you may get from unit 5. The questions may come in a different form, but the answers whatever we are discussing, that is more or less similar. Today we'll discuss the questions from unit 2. I hope you must have remembered what I started discussing about, or from unit 2. One is from planning, another is from decision making. One is from planning, another is from decision making. Now what the question you will get from planning, it is like this: define planning. The question, important question from unit 2, you can write it down. One is that define planning, discuss the nature, scope of planning. This is one. Another question, write down the different types of planning. What are the different types of planning? Another is that discuss the process of planning. Process of planning. Another question you may get, how to make your planning more effective. How to make your planning more effective. So these are the short type questions which I'm telling it here. But the thing is that you can get a long type question by combining 2 or 3 short type questions you may get in the examination. Like one is define planning, discuss the different types and process of planning. Write down the different parameters to be adopted in planning so that your planning can become more effective. So in this way, you may get also the question. Okay. Now, this is what the structure of the class. One is definition. This is one. Next is the nature or scope of planning. Nature. Then next is types of planning. Okay. Next is process of planning. So these questions you may get from planning chapter. Next, from decision making chapter, you may get questions like the same. Define decision making, discuss the nature and scope of decision making, discuss the different types of decisions taken by a manager in the organization, and discuss the process of decision making. So the same question either you may get from planning chapter, and the same question you may get either from decision making chapter. Now, what is planning and how the planning and decision making are related? What is planning? Now the question is that what is planning and how it is related with decision making? The relationship between planning and decision making. You can write that planning, otherwise known as deciding in advance. So what is planning? Deciding in advance is your planning. Now what is decision making? Implementation of such planning into action is your decision making. Now what is planning? Planning is otherwise known as deciding in advance. Agua kichi nispatti nabaka ame kahuche planning, but implementation of such planning into action, when we start working on it, when we start implementing such planning into action, then that becomes your decision making. Now planning, you can write simultaneously, planning is a pen and paper work. It is a pen and paper work which always remains in it always starts within the mind of the planner. Now your effective planning is based on the expertise, experience, knowledge, level of involvement, motivation of the planner. Now the planning result, whatever we are getting after taking up decision on the basis of the thing what we have planned, that is based on your involvement, up to what extent you have involved in the process. You are involved in the process, that is one. Second is that your experience. Okay, third is that your innovative ideas will also work. Now there are several parameters which make the planning more effective. Now the meaning of planning is that planning basically bridges the gap. It bridges the gap where you are and where you want to go. Now what is that? You are here and this is present and this is future. Now you are here and you wanted to go to that place, and that can be bridged, that gap can be bridged with proper planning. That means planning is an approach by which one can move from its current destination to its desired destination. So what is planning? It is a process or an approach or a methodology or a technique by which one individual can move or one organization can move from its current destination to a desired destination. So that is what is the basic meaning of planning. Planning is a flow chart. Basically, a computer programmer before preparing a program software, now what he does, he usually draw a flow chart, start then end. Now planning is the same flow chart. It is the flow chart drawn before taking off any steps. It is a pen and paper work. Planning is a plain pen and paper work where we need to think on different aspects. Now a planner basically thinks on different aspects, or a planner basically asks different type of questions. Whatever point I am telling, each one is one definition of planning. So whatever points I am telling, I told one point is that moving from current to future. Okay, that can also be identified, that can also be written as a definition. It is a flow chart. It is a mindset of work. It is based on the experience, expertise. These are the points that have to be written in the examination sheet. Now, planning basically, while doing a planning, we basically ask different type of questions. A manager or a planner basically asks different type of questions. Now, once he starts getting the answer, then slowly the planning process started. Now, what are the questions we usually ask at the time of going for a planning premises or planning process? The first is that what to do. What to do? This is first. That means what to do means we are answering the cause. What is the cause of doing the work? Next is when to do. It answers the time. Next is where to do. It will answer the place. How to do. It will answer the process. Who will do this? You will answer the person. concerned person. Now, see, every day when we get up, then we just think of Ajikara kamo kon achi. What work I have to do? We prepare the academic calendar. We basically write down all the important work in the planner. So why we write down it? Because we should not miss a task, important task. And or else another objective of writing it down is that we have to identify which are the tasks are more important, which are the tasks are less important. So that priority can be given to the important work, less priority, or else we can say we can go with the work bit late if it is not that important. So for that reason only we are writing down the task what had to be done. Now that is what is one kind of planner which we prepare. Now in each of the tasks we usually ask different questions. Mujhe kya karna hai? What to do? Then if I am pointing out, if I am able to find out the cause, then what time I should do it? Where to do? How to do? Who will do this? So these are the questions we usually ask to ourselves to know or to design the planning premises. So planning is a future course of action which is always based on the mental ability, on the experience, on the expertise, on the involvement, on the motivation level of the planner. If the individual is more motivated, if the individual is more innovative, if the individual is more involved, and if the individual is giving his or her initiation, then planning will become more effective. Now, the result of planning can only be known when we start working on it. That means we plan 4 types of planning are there. Like I want to go to Cuttack, let's say. Now I plan how to go. By bus, by car, by walk, okay, or by two-wheeler, or by rickshaw. So many options I will plan according to the availability of resources. Now once I plan, I cannot find out the ROI. What is ROI? Return on investment. That can only be identified after implementation of such planning. So your planning is effective or ineffective, it cannot be pointed, it cannot be identified unless and until the planner is not taking any decisions. The planner is not able to start the work. When we start the work, we can feel planning is effective or planning is ineffective. So what is planning? Planning is a process, continuous process where the other functions of management are included, okay, and it starts, basically other functions starts with planning. It bridges the gap where we are and where we want to go. It is a process by which we can move from our current destination to a desired destination. Now these are the several meaning of planning. So if you are getting a question, define planning, then you can write down these points. If you are getting a question, then you can write down these points. Okay. Now, as I have already stated that planning is otherwise known as deciding in advance. Okay. And what is decision making? Implementation of such planning is your decision making. I will ask a simple question that in a tree, 3 birds, 3टा bird बसथिले, and out of these 2 birds से decide कले कि उड़ी की पड़े, कितने जन bird रहिले? How many birds are there? कितने bird रहिले? Please write in the chat box. 0, none, 0, 0, 0. How? Hela. Now, more question that I asked 0. Kahi 0? Why? See, in a tree, 3 birds are sitting, out of which 2 birds have decided to fly. So, when decide kale, udi nahanti. That means they planned, they have not applied. That means the 3 remain. Are you getting my point? The same 3 is there. Total is 3. 3 hi rahibe. So, what is planning? Just try to understand. That means planning is ineffective unless and until if you have not taken decision on it. Are you getting my point? So, they have decided. So, mudi nahanti. Abhi tak wo gaye nahi. बट जब चले जाएंगे तभी सोचेंगे कि 2 रुकेंगे या 1 रुकेंगे या कोई नहीं रुकेगा. So what is that? Planning is deciding in advance, but decision making is implementation of such planning into action. That is how the difference of planning and decision making are there. But both are always intact. Planning and decision making are always intact together. Plan, decision, plan, decision. Once you have planned, then you are taking decision. In that decision, you need to take hundreds, you need to go for hundreds of planning. Then in each of the planning, you need to take thousands of decisions. Are you getting it? Now, before taking up admission, just think, you must have planned for certain thing. Career planning is there. Have you taken admission here blindly? No. You must have done some kind of exercise. So you must have collected some information. Okay. Now you must have collected some informations. Okay. Now what to do? Let us take admission. Let us continue a course. Where to do? Koti kariba. So many institutions are there. And why to do? You must have already analyzed. How to do? Then you must have analyzed. So you have planned and you have taken admission. Now see, that decision, what you have taken in the initial stage, every day you are planning for that. Oh, today I have a class at 3:30. I need to attend or I will not attend. Now you are planning for that. Then examination will come. For that you will again plan. You will distribute the day wise to the papers. So one decision you have taken, one plan you have started with one plan. In that planning you have taken one decision, and that one decision, for that one decision, you are taking n number of decisions, and each of the n number of decisions, n number planning are there. So planning is a continuous process. It is a future course of action. Planning is uncertain. Why uncertain? The reason is that it is future. It is futuristic. And planning also, in one side, we can say that planning is uncertain. In one side. In other side, planning is done to minimize uncertainty. It minimizes uncertainty. So what is that? In one side, we can say that planning is uncertain. In one side, we can say that planning is uncertain. In other side, we can say that planning minimizes uncertainty. So, why uncertainty it minimizes? Because you have planned properly and you are trying to eliminate the uncertainties. You are trying to find out what are the obstacles which you may face in future while going on this way. If you move in this way, then what kind of obstacles you will face? So planning in one side, planning minimizes uncertainty, and other side is that planning is uncertain. What will happen in the next moment, you cannot point it out. Okay, now in that way, the meaning of planning is there. You can write it down, you can answer the questions. Okay. Yes, properly planned means half done, but it is not complete. It is not complete. You need to take decisions on that. Then after taking a decision, you will calculate the ROI, return on investment. It may be financial investment, it may be your time, it may be physical labor, mental labor. Now, how much return you are getting? Okay, so that on the basis of the return, we can say that you have planned, your planning is successful. At par, at premium, or at discount. I think you know all those things. At par, at premium, at a discount. These terms we use in फाइनान्स हमें कहो कि शेयर एट पार जो मैंने जानि नथिबे आ उथरे जानि दियंतु शेयर एट पार 100 टंका शेयर टाकू मु 100 टंका रे किनिली तमने शेयर एट पार 100 टंका शेयर टाकू मु 90 टंका रे बिकिली बा किनिली दैट इज शेयर एट डिस्काउंट 100 टंका शेयर टाकू मु 110 टंका रे किनिली बा बिकिली दैट इज व्हाट प्रीमियम पार प्रीमियम डिस्काउंट तो प्लानिंग करूचे आरओआई रे मध्ये हमें जिंस डिस्कशन करूछु whether it is at par, whether it is premium, whether it is discount. Okay, now next is how to make your planning more effective. How to make your planning more effective. Now the concept of smart is there, smartness. Concept of smartness is everywhere we are using. Smart mobile phone, smart class, smart board, okay, smartphone, many things are there. Okay, so smart SIM, so everywhere using smart city also. Okay, everywhere you are using the term smart. Now we will use the same term in planning. How to make your planning more smart? Now to make your planning more smart, we need to use some specific thing. Or else you may get the question, what are the parameters to be utilized in the planning process so that your planning can become more effective or more result oriented? In many cases, we saw that we planned but we failed. Now to minimize that chance of failure, we need to adopt different kind of parameters. Now what are the parameters? That I will tell you right now. Now different parameters are, one is be specified. Specifications must be there. Now what is specification? Specification is otherwise known as priorities to be given. Which one is more important? Which one is less important? Are you getting it? Now suppose you have a lakh of rupees. Now you need to invest that, you need to spend that 1 lakh rupees. Now where to invest? And you need to specify your urgency, your need, your requirement, so that priority is to be given. Which one is to be selected first? Which one is to be selected later? If you are unable to specify as per your need and requirement, then your chances of failure of planning what you have done is more. So always we identify that be specific. If you are unable to specify as per your requirement, then chances of failure is more. So specification is the first kind of thing in planning. So we need to specify, but before that we need to formulate. See, formulation of alternatives. Mo pakre 1 lakh rupees achi, I have 1 lakh rupees. Then where to invest? Can I invest it on a vehicle? Can I invest it on a building? Can I invest it on a repair and maintenance? Can I invest it to move or to go for sightseeing? Can I invest in the share market? Can I go for FD? So specification must be there. I have formulated different alternatives, out of which I need to specify so that I can go with a systematic approach. So first is that planning will become successful when the planner is able to specify its need and urgency. If you are unable to specify the need and urgency, then planning chances of failure of planning is more. It will become uncertain. Next is that measurable. Measurable is implied as scaling down. Now we have different alternatives. We have formulated different alternatives. Now which alternative will give you maximum result? That is to be pointed. That is to be identified. So one is that specification must be there, and another is that the planner can have the ability to measure the return. The return what we are measuring may not be accurate, may not be 100% accurate, but still somehow but you should have the ability to measure the return. If I go in this way, then I may get result this. If I go in that way, then I may get the result that. That may get the result must be specified, must be identified, must be scaled down, must be measured. So measuring is another art which is to be inculcated or which is to be developed within the planner mind. So what will happen? With that we can somehow point it out or identify the prospective outcome. The prospective outcome may be identified. Now, what is that? One is that specification, another is that measuring. The planner must measure the outcome of the plan which he or she is going to implement. Next is your achievable. Now, you should plan which you can achieve. Do not plan which you cannot achieve. So, what you can achieve, plan for that. What you cannot achieve, do not go for that. Now, I will plan I mean to say many of you have, those who have joined, they have planned to join this MBA program. Now, at that point of time, at that age, if you plan to become a doctor, then it is quite impossible. It is very difficult. So you should plan which you can achieve. Do not plan which you cannot achieve. Now, if I will ask someone will go to Cuttack. Now, how much time you will take to go to Cuttack? How much time? One will tell that, sir, I will take 1 hour, okay. I will tell that 40 minutes. I will tell that 20 minutes. If someone will tell that I will reach at Cuttack in 15 minutes, then my next question is that, will you go to Cuttack or you will go to Bada Medical? Now, thing is that do not plan which is difficult to achieve. So, in the process of planning, we should go for some specific steps to make your planning more smart. One is that specification must be there, measuring must be there. Okay. No, process planning we have not started. In the process, I'll discuss in the last. In the process of planning, we need to adopt different kind of steps. The question is that, I think you have not heard the question. The question is that how to make your planning more effective. That is what the question. Now, to make your planning more effective, you need to specify your urgency, your need, your requirement, priorities to be given. You should have the ability to find out the result of each of the alternative. Whatever alternative you have formulated or identified, then you should have the ability to find out the result so that we can compare and we can go with the best. Then achievable, you should plan which you can achieve, do not plan which you cannot achieve. Next, another is that planning must be resource based. Resource based is that you should go for planning as per the availability of resources. As per the availability of resources. So, you plan, but there is no support system, then failure is there. Chances of failure is more. So, plan on the basis of the resources. Resources are of many types, which we have already discussed. That is what is your man, machine, money, material, method, and market. We have discussed all the resources. If the support system is there, then we should go for planning accordingly. If you are planning, thinking that you have this number of people in the planning, you have identified that this number of people will work, and you do not have that kind of support system or technological support, then what will happen? Failure is there. You will face the consequences. So planning must be based on the resources, availability of resources in the organization. And next, another point I will add here, planning must be time bound. So it must be time based. This may be 1 year planning, short-term planning, long-term planning, 5-year planning, 2-year planning, 3-year planning. So it must be time bound. Some specific term must be there. So that what will happen, we will try to find out the tenure of planning. Time bound is otherwise known as tenure of planning. In this particular period, we will achieve this. That must be identified in your planning. Suppose, for example, if I will ask you now, up to what extent you can see yourself, that means after 2 years, where you want to see yourself. If I will ask you, you may get a blind answer. You may not get any answer. 2 ବର୍ଷ ସାର୍ ମୁଁ କାଲି କ'ଣ ହବ ଚିନ୍ତା କରିନି, କାଲି କ୍ଲାସ୍ କରିବି ବୋଲି ଜାଣିନି, କରିବିନି ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି, ମୁଁ 2 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ କ'ଣ କରିବି, କେମିତି ଇଏ କରିବି. But if you ask the same thing to your father, then he can give a clear picture. Oh, after 2 years, I must have achieved this. So on the basis of age, on the basis of gender, on the basis of qualification, on the basis of level of employment, the time also expanded or reduced. So it is always based on the individual's capability, potentiality, interest also, involvement also. So time is another factor which is to be distinguished in your planning. Now you may get a question, short type questions, how to make your planning more smart. Then you can write, many points are there in the book, you can refer, you can also refer the internet, but to make your planning more smart, you can write these points. That is otherwise known as smart plan. Clear? Now, next is the types of planning. What are the different types of planning are there? I will not discuss the process right now. I will discuss the process in the next class while discussing the process of decision making. Simultaneously, I will discuss the process of planning and process of decision making. Now, next is the types of planning. planning can be discussed in several ways. The types of planning can be discussed in several ways. One way of discussing type is as per level wise, thorough wise. So planning are of three types. One is top level planning, another is medium level planning, the third one is a lower level planning. ELP, MLP and LLP. Top level planning, medium level planning and lower level planning. So as per the level, planning are of three types. Next is your as per time. As per time, planning are of three types. Short-term plan, medium-term plan, long-term plan. Just a minute. Can you pen and go to use and throw pen? I will take pen. Yes. Refill for you. 8 months. So as per time, planning are of three types. One is short-term plan, one is medium-term plan, one is lower-term plan. So that we'll discuss. Now next is another as per use. Planning are of two types. As per use, planning are of two types. One is single-use planning. One is standing plan. So as per use, how we are using it, on that basis, planning are of two types. One is single-use plan, another one is a standing plan. I hope you must be writing it down while discussing. Please make it a habit of writing it, the notes what we are discussing in the classroom, so that what will happen, one is that you will not face any problem while answering the questions in the examination, and at least you will have some practice, writing practice will happen. One, another is that while telling the point, once you write it, so that you can remember the point easily. Listening and writing both are required. Okay. That is another. Now, as per level, planning are of, we can say three types, which we have already discussed. One is your top level planning, medium level planning, and lower level planning. Now, this is as per level. As per level, top level planning, medium level planning, and lower level planning. Top, middle, and lower. Now, who are the people in the top level? Who are the people in the medium level? And who are in the lower level? You can write it in better way. Now, those who are in top level, what the different type of planning they do, you know better. That means the more you will go up, you will find strategic planning. The more you will go down, you will find action planning. So the more you will go up, you will find strategic planning. The more you will go down, you will find action planning. Now, top level planning, they basically go for strategic planning, policy decisions, re-engineering, restructuring, all those are included under the activities of a top level executives. They basically are the formulator. They are the introducer, and they are the activator. They formulate, they introduce, and they start working on it. They are the activator. Now, to formulate, they basically adopt different kind of steps. To introduce, they basically adopt different kind of steps. To activate, whatever have been introduced by the middle level executive on the lower level, they basically go for different type of planning. So you need to elaborate these points if you are getting a long type questions. What are the tasks of a top level, medium level, lower level? Accordingly, the planning is to be distinguished. The next is, as per the time, planning may be of short term, medium term, and long term. From finance point of view, we have already identified that your short term is less than 1 or less than 1 year planning. Medium term, it is based on the company's potentiality, capacity, and situation also. Let's say it is 1 to less than 5 years, more than 1 year, less than 5 years. And long term, more than 5 years, 5 or more than Panchavarshika Yojana, 5 years plan. Now, what is that? As per time prospects, planning are of three types. One is short term planning, one is long term planning, one is medium term planning. Now, whatever planning which we go for short term, that you can write it down, medium term record, long term record. Long term is basically expansion, expansion, re-engineering, restructuring, all the. Are you getting a point? It is like this. Mostly in the organization. From individual point of view, we go both. I am going with short-term planning. I am also going with long-term planning. I am also going with medium-term planning. Long-term planning, what I did, like let's say I have invested my money in let's say in insurance of 20 years, for 20 years. That is long-term planning. Now I am investing money in recurring deposit I am doing. This is what short-term planning. Next year I want to get this much of money, so I'm putting the money in bank. That is recurring deposit I am doing. That is short-term plan. So basically, short-term plan will meet these short requirements, small requirements. Or instant we are going for it from individual point of view. Now that varies, the meaning varies from person to person, your organization to organization. Now these are from time prospects, we can say planning are 3 types, from level prospects planning are also 3 types. Now the most important is that from use point of view. Now how we can identify the meaning of planning or types of planning from use point of view? One type of planning is single use, another type of planning is standing plan. Can anyone write the meaning of these two? If you have any idea, please share. Can anyone share, please? If anyone wants to share on the single use and standing plan, then please write it down. Okay, no answer. Single use, one time fixed. Setting planning, top level, like Bodo says, standing plan, lower level. Nah. Okay, individual plan is single use. Nah. No. Can be used for longer period. Okay, right. Single use as on a specific plan. Okay. See, I'll differentiate these two in a different way. Let's say, just see. Duita pen achi. 2 pens are there in my hand. This is one pen and this is also another pen. Now tell the characteristics of this pen. The characteristics is that use it and throw it. Use and throw pen. Can I reuse it? If I'll ask, can anyone reuse it? No. We cannot reuse it. But can I use this pen? Yes, it will stand with me for longer days. That is what is the difference between, it is refilled. So that is what is the difference between single use and standing plan. Now, single use plan is that once you have planned and you have taken decision, once the process is over, then the planning is also over. Next time when you will go for planning, then you will go with a new set of planning. That is what single use. And standing plan, the plan will continue again and again. It will continue again and again. Now, what are the examples of single use plan? We can say what are the examples? All the programs, projects, budgets, all the program, project, budgets are the single use plan. Thore budget heigala, ame toke apply kardelu. Next year we never go with the same budget. We always try to change the budget. If you want to expand, if you want to diversify, then the theme is that always change your budgeting strategy. The heads of expenditure must be changed every year so that you can give equal importance. We will go for some other head. Now, these are the single-use plan. The program, project, budget are the single-use plan, whereas the standing plan includes your policies, rules and regulations. We are not changing the rules and regulations. See, this is a program which we are continuing right now. A program chalichi, personal contact program, it is continuing. Now it is single-use. See, this year we are continuing the program in this manner. timing is this, teachers are this, the mode is this, but next year we may change it because it is single use. But standing plan is that the procedure of admission will stand. In the same process, it will continue. So what is that standing plan? It includes policies, rules, regulations, principles. These are all your standing plan. It will stand with you. It will stand with you. Now these are all will stand with you. Now this is what is the difference between single use plan and standing plan. Now next is the process of planning. Today we will complete the process of planning. Now in the process of planning, the first step is that the different steps are there. We need to find out the different steps. The first step is that to analyze the internal and external environments. The first is that analysis of internal and external environment. So before starting off any war, we need to know about the internal situations and the external situations. Now on that basis, we can go for a better planning process. So what is the first one is the analysis of internal and external resources. Internal includes what? It includes all the 6M. What with this factor only we are working. Now external is your market demand. Okay, society requirement. What are the external factors? Government policies, market demand, social requirement, competitor strategy. These are the external factors. Now analysis of internal and external factors are the most important thing. First, whatever we do, we always start with analysis of external and internal factors. Suppose you are going for organizing a marriage function. Now in that, we need to analyze the external and internal. Internal factors, your capability, your manpower, the time, all those things have to be identified. External, what are the government norms are there? How many persons you can invite? Where to work? Now these are the external and internal parameters have to be understood. Once you have understood this, then setting up objective. You need to set the objective. We need to find out what is the purpose. Because from there, once you are setting up the objective, from there you can start the planning work. Because your motive is to achieve the objective. First set the objective on the basis of the external and internal parameters, on the basis of the external and internal environment. So what is that? Once we have identified the internal and external environment, then we will set the objective. Once we have identified the objective, then we will identify the need, requirement. So finding out the need and requirement. So what is that? Internal, external, setting up objective. Now on the basis of this objective, we will find out what are the requirements are there. At this point, these are the work to be done. At that point, those are the works are to be completed. Now need and requirement are to be identified on the basis of the objective. Once the need and requirement is identified, we will give priority. Which one is more important, which one is less important. Now after that, we need to fulfill the need and objective. We need to work on it. Now to work on it, we need to find out the alternatives. We need to find out the different alternatives. What are the alternatives are there by which we can fulfill the need and requirement. So, you just apply it in your own daily life. While selecting the Ddce at the time of before taking up admission, I hope you must have applied. Those who have rationally, those who have taken decision, they must have gone with this same process. What is that? You must have identified the internal and external environment. Then with that, you have set the objective, your career planning you must have done. Then you must have find out what are the need and requirements. Need is to study, the time is to study now. Requirement is a qualification, and the knowledge is also one requirement part. Then you must have formulated different alternatives where you can avail those need and requirement. So formulation of alternatives is must. Once you have identified the alternative, then what you will do? You will measure the alternative. You will measure, you will scaling down, or calculating what outcome you will get out of these alternatives. What are the outcome which you will get out of this alternative? Now, formulation of alternative and measuring the alternative. Each of the alternatives are to be measured, analyzed by collecting data, informations, past experience, expertise. Okay, all those things are to be discussions, conducting seminar. Many things are there by which we can measure the alternatives. Visiting different places, okay, conducting different kind of conferences, okay, attending different kind of, we can say ame je kon korche sabu show karuchanti सब लोक माने, so trade show taku madhya participate karuchanti to formulate different kind of alternatives. So measuring the alternatives is another parameter which is also, it is not easy in fact, because at that point of time many alternatives are coming to your mind. Now you need to select the best alternative. If in that position a minor we can say mistake may cause a major effect, drawback. So what are the steps are there in the process of planning? One is that analysis of internal and external alternative environment. Then next is that setting up objective. Setting up objective is included individual objective, group objective, and organization objective. The objectives are identified. Then need and requirement from the objective, we have to find out which one is more important, which one is less important. Then formulation of alternative is that to achieve that particular need or to go with that particular need, what are the alternative way or mediums are there. The next is measuring each of the alternative. We need to measure it. Then next, once measuring is done, selecting the best and circulating it among the members. Now, what is the last step? Measuring the alternatives, then select the best alternative, which one is the best, and then you can circulate among the members so that the member will know that this is what we are going to do. And on that basis, we need to take decision. So, these are the specific steps are there. These steps are also given in the study material. This varies from book to book, material to material. So broadly we can say these are the steps which are you will see in most of the process. Books in the book you will get the definition or the process of planning, but these are the steps are mostly seen in all the process of planning. So you need to understand it. Take care mind with you put yourself in that condition. Now you want to become a planner. Now you need to take a decision. Now how to go with that? If you will go with this way, then you can reach at your destination. I hope you must have understood. Tomorrow we'll discuss what is decision making and what are the types of decision making, and okay, forecasting process we'll discuss. Okay, we'll discuss tomorrow. I will tell you what forecasting process is, and see in your planning, forecasting is required. See, one concept is there, your forecasting two things are there in the organization. One is formulation of vision and mission. Vision and mission. That vision and mission are basically based on your ability of forecasting the future. Are you getting the point? Forecasting the future. Forecasting is the part of it, we can say. But vision mission are more long term. Vision mission, basically, if I will ask what is the vision mission of a company, of your company, then you can tell many points, but nowhere you will find the vision mission statement includes making money. Vision mission includes all the points except finance and money. Paisa income kariba amar kebe vision mission ne nahi. But these vision missions are based on your forecasting. So if you want to know, then tomorrow I will tell what is planning, how it is different from forecasting. In 5 minutes, I will discuss that. Any other thing if you want to know? Okay. Thank you. Now tomorrow we'll discuss what is decision making, types of decision making, process of decision making. That we will discuss tomorrow. Thank you.
Wait a minute, I am sharing screens. Well, last class we have already discussed all this thing. Vedantic, Vivekanand, and yes, Gandhi. Today we'll discuss about ethical views of Gandhiji. All of you know the Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He is considered as a father of our nation. His ethical philosophy is considered as the central philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi. He is considered as a life of integrated whole, growing for the truth of every day in moral and spiritual status. He believed a single standard of the conduct, foundations on the dharma of the truth and non-violence. Common truth of Gandhiji is about the truth and non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi has received all his philosophy from the Buddhist ethics, ahimsa, and this applied to the social, economic, political problems. Which Gandhi's ethics is based on the spiritual foundation. He treated the man as a spiritual being, And he says that every human being is a spark of the God and subject to the moral law of protections of the weak. And he stressed on the sympathy, forgiveness, humanity, patience, and benevolence. These are the basic philosophy which has been traced. And this, if you consider Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, his philosophy is a world nations, not only the nation world is accepting that your ahimsa, satyagraha, then your non-violence, all these three terminology is a very common, which is widely acceptable by, for entire world. His basic principles is about truth and social service. The basic principle of a Gandhian philosophy is the principle of life is based on the truth. Instead of saying the God is true, he said that truth is the God. Always speak truth. And he about this social service, Gandhi has given emphasis on the social service or service to the society. Service, social service must be taken as include every department of life. God can only realize through the service to the all the human or the mankind. Truth, always speak truth, and social service. Social service here means that service to the society, you can realize the God's presence. He has us given emphasis on truth and social services. Next is about ahimsa. Ahimsa is the supreme kindness. Ahimsa means supreme kindness, and it's a supreme self-sacrifice as well. Ahimsa is a supreme kindness and supreme sacrifice. If it is not a negative virtue, non-killing, we are seeing that killing is the ahimsa. He says that non-violence thought, non-violence words, and a deed as well as coming under this ahimsa. Ahimsa, which means the non-violence. Non-violence, we thought that beating other or the killing other, injure to other, that is coming under violence. Actually, he says that non-violence means not only the non-killing, non-injuring, negative virtue of doing, not only that, they also give in emphasize that whenever the non-violence thought, words, and deeds are coming, that is coming under this ahimsa. Whenever you speak something ill or use your thought is something bad thoughts is coming, and your whatever you're doing, that is also all these things are coming under non-violence. Ahimsa is required truthfulness and fearlessness, and life should be means ruled by truthful, and do not think about the consequences, rather thinking the consequences, giving emphasize your thought in a truthful way. Ahimsa is a always giving emphasize avoid all sorts of pride and angers. That means ahimsa is a means and truth is the end. I am repeating the word, that is ahimsa is the means and truth is the end. Ahimsa is all about the non-violence. Next is the satyagraha. All of you have aware about this term. Satyagraha means fearless pursuit of truth. Fearless pursuit of truth means whenever you are doing anything without fear, you will enter and do not care about the end. If you on the basis of your means good thought, you enter that and do not care about the consequences, but in always giving emphasis to truthness. Satya, that during that time you definitely achieve your goal. That is fearless pursuit of a truth. Satyagraha is always try to overcome evil by the good, truthful by the truth, ahimsa by the ahimsa. This is all about your satyagraha. The next principle, which as Gandhi says about non-violence, non-cooperations with evil. That means non-violence and non-cooperation is the most means important weapon to fight against evil. Evil means whatever the bad system is coming. Non-cooperation and non-violence is considered as a weapon to fight against evil. It is the evolutionary and it is a bloodless revolution. That's why non-violence, non-cooperations with evil. Next is your trustship of a wealth. He believed in the trustship of the wealth. When an individual has more than his potential portion, he became trust. That portion of trust means the trust to the God. If you trust to the God, the wealth will automatically will come. And lastly, he says that labor is capital. Labor is capital means we make too much capital. But if we go to the very sources, then the labor is the capital. He believed that everybody must work something. Nobody should sit idly to earn capital. Whenever, whatever you means doing your work in a truthful way, that you impose your labor for achieving the capital, that is called as a labor is the capital. Don't sit idly, earn something till the last breath of your life, earn something. That is called as labor is the capital. He has given emphasis over the 7 blunders in our life. 7 blunders in our life. First is wealth without work. Gandhi believed that people should take as much as they can be honest need. And they should avoid grumbling, corruptions, all sorts of things must be avoided. Whatever you are imposed, whatever the task or whatever the work you are doing, whatever you are get, that is your enough for the build your life. Don't expect more. Don't earn more through the illegal way. He says that's why he says that wealth without work is a blunder. Next, he says that about the pleasure without conscience. Pleasure refers to the experience that you feel good, that is involved for the enjoyment. Pleasure means enjoyment. What you feel good or what you feel enjoy, that is called as a pleasure. Conscience means it is a cognitive process of your emotions, rational association which is based upon the individual's moral philosophy. He says that pleasure without conscience means without consider to the other. If you are hamper to the other and getting the pleasure, it is a blunder. Next, he says about knowledge without character. Gandhi believed that if one is not able to understand oneself, how can they understand the philosophy of life? And education that ignores the character building. If one person is very knowledgeous, very talented, all the skill, all sorts of the skill that person have, but there is no character, that is there is no means of knowledge. See, he says knowledge without character is a blunder. Next, he says about the commerce without morality. Commerce without morality means there are thousands of the way in which immoral or unethical business can grow. Making inferior product, cheating, false commitment, etc. There are lots of the things through which one person can grow their business. But when the profit making became the most important aspect of the business, during that time, morals and ethical usually as given emphasis. Moral point of view means whatever the profits are there, they provide a dividend to the shareholders. Another type is giving salary in time. All sorts of the things are coming under the moral responsibility of a commerce or the businesses. If the businesses one person is doing, they're cheating, do not pay the dividend in time, do not pay their debt, do not pay their salary in time, always means always they are doing poor product, poor quality product. During that time, the commerce without morality, that is a blunder. Okay. Next is, he says that another blunder is science without humanity. Why the science has coming? To smoother our life, make our life very comfortable. That's why the science is there. Science is usually discovered to increase our lifestyle, increase safety purposes, making our life more smoother. That's why science are there. If that science used for the killing other or hamper to the humanity, that science is not called as ethical. That is completely hamper to the society. When we given emphasis about the development, we should take care about humanity part as well. It is our moral responsibility. Next, he says, worship without sacrifice. Gandhi believed that, in a Hinduism, there are lots of god and goddesses are there. There, we are lots of the things we sacrifice, like we are worshipping gods and making pendles for worshipping. Lots of the money we are sacrificed for that. He said that if God is omnipresent, you wherever you will worship, the God will listen to you. That's why there is no need for such type of activities. Gandhi believed whatever the label we put on our faith, ultimately all of us are worshipping the truth, because truth is God. Superficial way of doing the public show of our worship, like pendles, but if that belief, understanding, love is not there, that doesn't mean that we are worshipping. Because worshipping means what? God is omnipresent, as I told you, that you wherever you can worship, God will listen to you. So Gandhi believed worship without sacrifice means do not sacrifice on making such type of public show, so that more in wealth or money are investing there, rather than do means true worship must be demand. True worship, make from the true worship and don't sacrifice all these things. Politics without principle. Politics without principle means every political party that are based upon the principle. We some means political parties are lobbying, bribe, malpractices, rampanting, such type of things on principle type of a work they will do. Then that is considered as a non. That is not considered as a political party. He says that dirty politics should not be there. It must be transparent, and must be fair. Politics must be done, so that principle without politics will must be blunder. These are the seven blunders which has Gandhi has highlighted. The such seven blunders also implemented on a business ethics. Next is your ethical view of Aurobindo. Aurobindo Ghosh. Aurobindo Ghosh was born 15th August 1872 and he died on 5th December 1950. He was an Indian philosopher, yogi, guru, poet, and a nationalist. Aurobindo Ghosh was an idealistic to the core. His ideal philosophy drawn from Upanishad. He laid the greater stress on spiritual penance, yoga practices, brahmacharya as the necessary for the promotions principle for development of a human soul. According to him, his principle of the growth continues to operate always in all the conditions and in all the time and the places. He is the person who drawn from the Vedantic philosophy of a Upanishad. His prominent portion is that everyone has in his you something divine. It is your task to find out and develop in within you. This divine can be obtained by spiritual discipline called yoga. He is the person who has given emphasize yoga practices. योग yoga से सब कुछ होगा. Then Aurobindo's concept of yoga is not that is Satish which turn away from the life in order to turn towards the God. Yoga is the ordinary man while he carry with his worldly pursuits. If a merchant wishes to follow yoga, he regards his work as a divine. He does not use unfair practices to earn money. See, he has also given his philosophy is also based upon self-identification. Self-identifications argue that the person who has attained spiritual freedom follow the principle of self-identification and behave towards other with equitable frame of the mind. That person became a create a self-identification. See, in this philosophy of Aurobindo, he has a main thing he has given emphasis over yoga practices. Yoga practices create a divine thought, and one person cannot lenient towards any kind of unethical practices. Whenever he develop a spiritual thought, he automatically one person reflected on the behavior that morality came automatically, and he argued that there is no need to explain or the teach any moral or ethical part, rather than giving emphasize yoga so that they can develop their own spirituality within them. His philosophy is completely different from other. He says that do not need to go for any teaching process, or there is no teaching law or is there for spirituality. This spirituality can be improved through the yoga, and yoga is the one of the method where you can get all the penance, all the solutions of your problem, and you become more moral as compared to if you are practicing your yoga. He can say he also said that he after practicing of the yoga, then a spiritual penance will come immediately, and he also give the more knowledge to become more enlighten themselves towards the morality part. He is giving emphasis self-identification and spiritual freedom. Spiritual freedom means he does not satisfy to exclude to the external freedom. He says that there is internal freedoms are also required. Whatever you, each and every individual is a divine blessed, and it is a responsibility, freedom to speech, right to freedom, right to free press, and the right to public meeting, so that spirituality come within them, and it is the source. Man is the source of the freedom. He has says that man is the source of the freedom. That is the most important thing of this Aurobindo Ghosh philosophy. Clear? Yoga, then self-identification, spiritual freedom. These are the major prominent philosophy of Aurobindo Ghosh. Next is a very interesting. That is the lessons from Ramayana. I think all of you have idea about the Ramayana. Ramayana is a very common story. We are know the different characters of the at means Ramayana. We know that what are the consequences of the Ramayana. But how this Ramayana is implementing our business, that must be known for us. Various lessons, educational medium of demonstrate the importance, value of this Ramayans are there. See, Ramayana is one of the greatest epic of Hindu mythology, which is written by the sage Valmiki. It is not only a story, but also the educational medium to demonstrate the importance of values. such as the sibling relationship, that is Rama, Lakshman, Bharat, Shatrughan, sibling relationships, differentiating between right and wrong, who is the right, who is wrong, that can be differentiated, value of promises, which is a very common thing, love and respect for parents, protecting the weaker one, etc., which has you have seen on the and listen in the Ramayana. If you see the Dasarath, you know that this value of a promising is example of Dasarath has a granted Kaikeyi that promises are there. Kaikeyi demand that a promise whenever the Rama came back after the completion of the study. That's why the 14 years of the they go for the Banvas. So that is coming under the value of the promise. They do not sacrifice whatever the promise that must be committed. These are the things which are highlighted in a Ramayana. See, in a Ramayana, what are the different corporate lessons are there? Very good corporate lessons. First is your team motivation. Team motivations is a very vital. All of you know that team means group of the people who are required to motivate so that the achievement of the goal can be possible. The incident in Ramayana is that Hanuman going to the Lanka to meet Sita. Then his mission was to locate Sita where the Rama and giving the Lord Rama's message. When it became clear that the Sita was in Lanka and the Hanuman going there, and he helped him to realize the truth of the potential and motivate him to go to the enemy's camp. That lesson is considered as a team motivation. Okay. Next is the SWOT analysis. All of you know the full form of the SWOT: strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threat. Here in a Ramayana, lots of the things that is lessons are there. It is says that about mentally prepare for the job. First thing is that here the Hanuman did after reaching the Lanka, where they completely analyzed the situation. He has analyzed where when they enter into the camp of the enemy, he analyzed each and every angle, and they understand that what are the strength and weaknesses of Lanka, and what are the threat and opportunity over there. Where with a business is a concern, whenever any new strategy adopt during that time, they have to analyze the strength and weaknesses which is internal within the organization. They can analyze that what are the different strength and weaknesses are there. On the basis of strength and weaknesses, they find out what are the new opportunities are there, and they also analyze the who are the major competitor and what are the weaknesses of the competitor, and they also on the basis of that threat threat can be created for the competitor, and who are the major competitors who are that who can threat for them for their business. These are the called as the SWOT analysis. See, during that time the people are aware about this SWOT analysis. Now we are implementing this principles. Next is your value your subordinate. Value your subordinate means, as I know that a leader must respect their follower, because if there are no followers are there, no leader can be possible. It's not possible. That's why he in this Ramayana we are given emphasis over the value your subordinate. In the same, if you see in a Ramayana, again and again Ravan has shown the sign of a bad manager, and because at the result of which they dismiss their kingdom. And if you see in the Ramayana, Ram always encourage their subordinate. That's why he is considered as a good manager. The lesson from this Ramayana is a good manager is one who can get his work done even if there is a from the rivalries. A good manager listen to their subordinates and what they are saying, and they and understand their point of view. Then after they take the decisions. What happened in the case of the Ravan? Ravan mismanagement is responsible for losing his kingdom. Ram is a good manager because they listen to their subordinate and value to those their subordinate. Lastly, leaders need to create more leaders. See, in this Ramayana, after discover Sita, Hanuman go and flame entire city of Lanka. Hanuman decision is that burning the Lanka means that is a create a threaten for the this Ravan. And here Hanuman stopped taking the decisions when they almost they burn entire Lanka. Here Rama has created a leader that like a Hanuman. Always giving emphasis, the lesson is that in the Rama, all leader always need to create more leader rather than means rather than stopping to follow. It is create more number of leader so that more management can be successful. These are the corporate lessons from Ramayana. Well, next is very interesting thing is the Mahabharata. All of you are aware about the Mahabharata, different characters of a Mahabharata, and how many days of the Mahabharata occur. Very many things you know. But I before I go for the discussing about the what are the different lessons from the Mahabharata, I for the glimpse you go for that one glance. What review about the Mahabharata? Ethical lessons from Mahabharata. Indian ethos is drawn from the Veda, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, and Upanishad. Right from the Vedic age, it has been discovered two basic universal truths of life. Two basic universal truths are divine of all soul, the essence of oneness, and the solidarity of universe and all. These are the two basic principles where the entire universe is based upon. All of you know that Ramayana is the largest epic of a world, narrative of a Kurukshetra, which is called as Kurukshetra. Among the Kurukshetra, two parties are there, Kaurava and Pandava. This Ramayana occurred for 18 days of the war between Kaurav and Pandav. Kaurav consists of 11 Akshin and Pandavs consist of 7 Akshin. And one Akshin equal to 21,870 carrots and 21,870 elephants, 65,610 horses, and 1,99,350 foot soldiers. These are the entire battle consists of. What are the different lessons from Mahabharata? All of you know that different characters of a Mahabharata. There are two parties, as I told you that there are two parties are there, Pandav and Kaurav. Two parties are there, where the battle field is actually making for Dhritarashtra, Dusasan, then another is Karna, and your different persons are involved in this battlefield. What are the ethical, or you can say what are the principle we learn from Mahabharata? Alice. First is Alice. Here the Kaurav centralize of the power. They concentrate all the power in a one particular hand. That is called as a centralized. the greatest empire of that time, but not many power allies except old relationship from far off a place like Gandhar. Gandhar from the belongs to Sakuni. Then the Pandav. Pandav has no wealth, no power. Pandav work together for allies, and their relationship is based upon through the marriage. And this says that, or the corporate lessons come out that make powerful allies. That means don't fight among each other, create your own allies. Next is Kaurav, leadership. Kaurav has a one-man leadership hierarchy. The whole of the army was under one person's command, and Pandav distribute the leadership. And here Pandav has a different general directed, operated. Among them, Arjun is considered as a supreme commander. That means rather than centralize all the power in one particular hand, and whatever the decisions are taken in one hand, it must be share your responsibility on the basis of skill, talent, and knowledge. On the basis of that, you distribute among division of labor, or you can say division of the responsibilities, so that the work can be done easily. Next, about the team spirit. Kaurav have no team spirit. They all fought their individual war. Karna, to prove his battle against Arjun, that's why he fought. But in the case of the Pandavas, they are one team, one goal. And the Pandavas worked towards a common goal. Here the corporate lessons are there: work together as a team and make the decision as a group for the better result. These are called as a team spirit. Next is your individual motives. Kaurav expect from the Duryodhan, nobody wants the war. Only Duryodhan is the person who won this war, and nobody wants this war. But still the war is there. All of the four main general has the strong ties with the Pandavas. And the Pandavas are common goal, but the individual had their individual target, their own agenda, with just became one with the team agenda. Their corporate lesson is that the right team is made by selected the right individual, the get the right man for the right job. And we can say that right place at a right person at a right time is a emphasize for the individual motivation. If one individual is not comfortable with one particular place, or one particular handling one particular task, during that time it must be understand their psychology, understand the motive, on the basis of that assign the responsibility. Commitment. Next corporate lesson is the commitment. Pandavas transfer their weaknesses to strength during the excel, and the interest of the individual should never exceed the team interest. And here the best man for the job is not the one with the best capabilities, but one with the greatest commitment. Here the commitment in our business is a very essential. If once the commitment occur, that must be fulfilled. Before the commitment, they analyze the situation, on the basis of that they must commit. If the ones commit, that must be fulfilled. In a businesses particularly, if organization committed quality service, that means they try to meet that quality. Otherwise, the business cannot sustain longer period of time. Right manager. Here in this Mahabharat, Krishna is considered as a right manager. Krishna has act as the greatest crisis manager, showing how to take calculate risk at the time of a crisis, which is very, very essential. Yudhishthira is considered as a low-key strategist. He looked a calculative risk. He made an offer to all the assembled people to change the side if they want to. But still, that person is considered as a low-key strategist. The lessons which has come out that know your enemies, weaknesses, and exploit them. Grab the new opportunity, take a calculated risk, inspire, investigate, counsel your own team in the moment of the need. That is the quality which is required for the right managers. Next is your communication. In the communications part, listening skill. See, our people, if you consider the corporate world, 80% of the people do not listen to the other because they have no patience to listen to the other. Listening skill can create provide the solutions of the many conflicts which has come across in the business day-to-day affair. That's why listening skill is very essential. Only the speaking is everybody can speak, but listen and to speak such quality is very essential for a good manager. In this Mahabharat, this corporate lesson derived that be a good listener first. Then after you put your opinion. Then conviction skill, convince to the other. That which is very much essential for a good manager to convince whatever the decisions are there, they have to convince that. Next is motivating skill. Motivating skill means one motivator is the person who try to move through their motivations process they achieve their goal. Here there is a very good motivator. Krishna is considered as a very good motivator for others. Here it is this skill is a very essential to communications. Communications require listening skill, conviction skill, and motivation skill. See, these are the differences between Kaurav and Pandav resources. Kaurav resources, as I already been discussed, they have centralized their power. That means all the power at one hand. Pandav's resources, no wealth, no crown, but they have a power allies. Then in Kauravs, there is a centralized leadership qualities are there. But in the Pandavas, they are distributed leadership. It means the distributions of responsibility according to their skill, talent, and knowledge. In the Kaurav, resources are no team spirit. They are fight individually. But in the case of this Pandava resources, one team, one goal. These are the basic resources for Pandava. What are the different ethical approach? Ethical approach, first ethical approach is utilitarianism. This philosophy we have already been discussed in the first module. Utilitarianism means moral theory which is based upon the consequences, means end result. Here in the Mahabharata incident, the whole moral of the Mahabharata state that victory good over evil. Victory good over evil is the first and the foremost thing in a Mahabharata. Second point is about the rights and the duties. Here there is a common saying is that is do your duty, don't think about its reward. That is a common saying which is famous quotations which is said by the Krishna, Ma Phalesu Kadachit. That means do your duty, don't think about your rewards. Only giving emphasize your duty part. Whether somebody is appreciate you, somebody is rewarded you, all these things we should not bother. Right and duties. ma phalesu kadachat. In this third point, which is discussed in Mahabharata, that is justice and fairness. The intent of Lord Krishna was to defeat the force of civil and to establish the rule of dharma over the law of dharma. He has given emphasis on the law of dharma. Here, the justice and fairness. Everybody, it is very transparent that Kaurav are not doing the justice. They are unethical practices are doing. Krishna can, if the Krishna is concerned, they knows it everything, and that can be immediately can provide the solution. But the Krishna tried to face the situation, and they do not try to solve it out immediately. They says that everything is a God is doing, and they establish the law of a dharma joy ho. That is called as a justice and fairness. Next is a virtue. Virtue, we have discussed about this virtue, theory of a virtue, that is the behavior showing high moral standard. How you behave, how you act, how you react in the different situations. That behavior can create your own moral standard. In the Mahabharata says, earthly achievement as the wealth and the power means nothing without the strong moral compass to the guide you. Here is means that in a achievement, we says that our power and wealth. He says in the Mahabharata, we derive that wealth is nothing if you are not a strong moral character. You have no character. If you have not a moral standards are not there, that means you are not wealthy and powerful. Here in this world, for goodness or the dharma, it says that you must create your own moral standard, which is guided you, and don't give emphasis on the wealth and the power. If you are in a moral standard, if you have create your own character, then automatically the wealth and the power runs after you. That's why your the virtue is most important. Virtue means behavior showing your high moral standards. Next is your common goodness. Common goodness in Mahabharata, there is a sloka is there, Bahujane hitaya, Bahujane sukhaya, which means that making right use policy which benefit to all human beings. Bahujane hitaya, Bahujane sukhaya. That means that whatever you are doing, it must be benefit to our society. And here the Mahabharata common goodness which has given emphasis. In a conclusion, we may conclude that from the epics of the Mahabharata, we can conclude that making powerful allies is most important for successful of businesses. Share your responsibility. Don't confine your responsibility with one hand. Rather than confine it to the one hand, it is required to share your responsibility with the other subordinates so that the goal can be achieved successfully. Next is your teamwork. Teamwork successes where individual fails. Individual fails means that individual, if you're doing a work individually, it is very difficult to achieve that. If we work in a team, it is very easier to achieve that goal. That's why we believe on team spirit. Right manager. Right manager, as I told you, good listener, patience, convictions, communications, all sorts motivations, all sorts of good quality of the manager is required for running a organization successfully. The best man for the job, not the one with the best capabilities. Only if you are a very knowledgeous, if you have lots of the wealth, lots of the power, everything very you are means you consider yourself as a best, but not like that. Best is the one person who are the greatest commitment. One person must have a better commitment. That person is considered as the best man. Next is your know the ground reality. Ground reality means in a Mahabharata, if you learn that ground reality is that in a Dusasan, do not respect to the women. Here in this uh, empowerment of a women concept is coming from the Mahabharata itself. Whenever the Kunti was the authority of the supreme power of the for the Pandavas, where the symbolize that women empowerment, and the lacking of the ground reality, they started the war without considering, without alliance, without any strategies. They started the war, which this is corporate lesson is that whenever compete with the competitor, analyze where you one person is stand, and on the basis of that they compete with the competitor rather than directly hitting to the other. It will be better first of all analyze where we stand, then after the take the step to fight the competitor. Next 7 point, accept different ideologies. See, as I told you that the corporate fault is that people do not, 80% people do not listen to other. 80% people, not managers, do not listen to other. Without listening, they take their decisions their own, because ultimately frontline employee are interacting with the customer. That particular person know better than the manager, because they day to day affair they interacting. So frontline employees are interacting directly confronted with the customer, which it is required to understand the frontline employees point of view, and on they gather the online informations, and then after they take the decisions. That is the good managers, means good leader as well. Good manager and good leader we consider as a participative leadership that particular persons must have. Accept the different ideology rather than giving the comment to the other. It will be better for us accept the different ideology and try to analyze why that particular person say like this. Next is your right team made. Why, whenever you are making your one team, during that time, right place at the right persons at the right time is required. How we choose on the basis of the skill, talent, knowledge, experience, one person can analyze the right team they can made. Lastly, hire right manager. See, if hiring right manager is a very difficult task. It is, it is lots of the thing which is associated to finding out the right manager. Hiring right manager, there are different qualities of the manager, all of you know. On the basis of that, sum total, all these things are found in only one person that can be hired. These are the things which has learned from our Mahabharata. And here also in Mahabharata, respect is there. Respect is there. Respectful means Draupadi. There is a whole assembly. There is insult to the Draupadi, and Krishna protect her dignity. That is, which is symbolize the respectfulness of ideology. Respect to the other. Respect to all the people, those who are working with the organization, whether the man, whether the women. Respect to all, and they maintain some transparency, like your Drona, when indirectly give the way his secret, saying that it is impossible to hamper the Pandava group because they are team spirits are there. During that time, nobody listened to the Drona. So that is called as the transparency. Maintain transparency, be honest, understand the value of the people, understand, believe on the team spirit. All sorts of the things we learn from Mahabharata. Okay. Thank you, all of you. If I have any doubt, 5 minutes are left. We can discuss. If I have any doubt, you can say. Any doubt from this epic? Excuse me, ma'am. Swami Vivekananda ethics as discussed in previous class and the Gandhian ethics, Aurobindo, as you now discuss, is it in a syllabus or in a book? Mahabharata, Aurobindo, Vivekananda is everything is in your syllabus. You do not go through the syllabus, Mr. Soroj. Excuse me, Swami Vivekananda era as discussed in previous class. I am not discussing about that. I am discussing about from started with the Gandhian philosophy. Mr. Soroj, you are do not go through this your syllabus. Every time you are issues with syllabus. If I have any doubt, ask me. Ma'am, any important questions from this unit? Yes, Mr. Hota, no, Miss Hota, whatever, Marian Hota. See, Hota, in the last class, I will tell the possible questions related to all the units. Unit wise, I will tell you the questions, possible questions, not exact question, possible questions. Ma'am, DDC provide book that is different syllabus. I have no DDC book, whatever the syllabus, tell me, I am beyond discussing any in your syllabus. Am I discussing beyond your syllabus? So every time you issues on syllabus, where yeah, see, you go to the website, you can get your syllabus. Whatever I am discussing last 3 years of the time, I am same syllabus I am teaching to the DDC student. I have no issues with the syllabus. You please, before you attend the classes, go through the syllabus. Yeah, any doubt from the unit 2? Or all of you understand everything? No doubt. Okay. Komal Das. Okay, okay. No doubt. Everything is clear. Then no need to tell you the possible questions because everything is clear to you. You have no problem at all. Then you understand everything. You can write everything. No need for the giving the possible question. Ma'am, I think the study material has not been provided yet. So what I'll do for that? We will discuss that thing. If you have not study material yet been provided, I am giving, see, if you are attending classes properly, you can make your own note. That is no problem for the making a study material because Google is there and I am saying the possible means highlighted points, what you will highlight, all these things with you. No problem for that. I don't think that if DDC will not provide that, the DDC will provide you book, no doubt. If not, they will not provide, then you can go through my slides and make your own notes. That I don't think there is any issues on that. I have received from the DDC Senthil Kumar, a Senthil Kumar Ranjan author, BE book. What you discuss in the today class, I can found in the book. I have not that book, but whatever I have discussed, Saroj, whatever I have discussed, everything within your syllabus. I am not discussing beyond your syllabus. Don't worry. Attend the classes. What point I am highlighting, go through that. Saroj, don't worry about whatever the books you have or not. That is no problem. Whatever in a slide I am teaching, go through that. If you have any doubt from my slide, ask me then and there. And I don't think if I have any problem because everything is vividly explaining I am. No problem at all. Don't worry. If you do not have book, don't worry for that. If you have all the slides, don't worry for that. If you do not understand, then and there you ask. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the listening patientfully. And the coming class we will discuss our third module, third unit. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Bye bye. Take care.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? This is the question of the millennium. Am I audible? Okay. So the moment I joined, I was listening to ma'am. So it's a hectic session. You people want 2 minutes break? Or start? The best part of this virtual class is not the face, right? नले ना जो बिटर एक्सप्रेशन थी वो मैडम पुणी एबे परा जाइथिले क्लास नै के तो मु भी आउ ताको देखुनी मोर भी तम माने भी आउ फ्रीली से एक्सप्रेशन टा फेस रे देखै परियो नै कि yeah Sitanshu, thank you. We'll go ahead because we have to complete the course in 10 sessions, right? So in the last class I discussed about consumer behavior. We completed consumer behavior. Any doubt? I don't think any doubt. Someone just, I read one chat message. Someone wanted the last 2 slides. Don't worry for the slides. I would send you the slides. And since my schedules are going a bit hectic, give you 1-2 days and send you all the slides, right? So don't worry about the slides or material. And as long as Google Baba is there, you need not to ask anything about material, about books, about PPTs, about this to anyone. Google Baba has answer to key to every lock, right? Okay, we'll continue with this. Next topic in module 2 is marketing planning, right? There are 2 theoretical topics. One is marketing planning and the second one is the marketing information system, which I will just briefly browse it out, and we'll go to one interesting topic at the end, that is STP. That is something interesting which we'll discuss in detail, right? The things I will just summarize it. You can go through any book, any material, or type in the Chrome what is marketing planning. They have enough of material in it. I'll send it also. So marketing planning is basically a process after or before starting exact marketing, before starting planning for a product. Marketing planning is done, which is a blueprint of all your marketing activities, right? And the process of planning marketing activities starts with or is linked to corporate planning or your business plan, main business plan. The market plan is derived from the business plan, right? So the process, that's why the process starts with the first step, that is goal setting, corporate goal setting. We are not here talking about the marketing goal setting, rather it is corporate or business goal setting. The marketing plan starts from the business plan or it branches out from the business plan. After looking into what is the business goal, what is the goal or objective stated by the corporate, then we start with our marketing plan. So the process basically starts with corporate goal setting or business goal setting, which has 2 parts. One is a mission and a corporate objective. Mission is basically, anyone can say what is mission? Mission of a business. Mission is the purpose of business. Why the business is here. Now you might answer, any business is for earning profit. No, all businesses are not meant only to earn profit. I would highlight or bold the word only. All businesses are not here only to earn profit. You cannot only earn profit. You need to play certain other roles in the community, in the society, in the environment, or in the industry. Right. So what is the purpose? Mission statement explains the purpose of business, why why a organization had been established. What is the purpose? Purpose can be stated in terms of what it would contribute to the country, nation, how it will contribute or what it will contribute to the customer's life, what difference it will make, what kind of satisfaction they can deliver, and what kind of competition they would lead in the industry. After mission, then next step is to write the corporate objectives, right? If the mission is the purpose, then objectives are how to achieve the purpose. If mission is the end, then objective are the means. Mission jaha hame state karle, how we are going to achieve it. If we divide it in certain, you can say small segments, then they are corporate objectives. After setting the corporate goal, which is basically framed by the top level management, then next what the marketing department does is analyze the current situation. When we are talking about the marketing department analyzing the current situation, so basically the department is interested in analyzing the customers, the competitors, and their own resources. They try to establish a match between these three aspects of the industry or of the organization. What are customers, their lifestyle, affordability, willingness, what they want, their needs; competitors, what they offer, how they are offering, what are the technologies available with them, where do they position themselves, where they are standing, and the resources they have. And then they try to establish a balance between these three. Right. So analyzing a current situation, this step, the core objective or the core purpose of this step is to identify where do we stand in the competition, what are the resources available with us, and with those resources, what we can offer to the customers, our customers, right? So a situation analysis is basically done, it has three aspects, or it is done in 2-3 ways. One is they take up a marketing audit where basically they try to analyze their own resources, what resources, capabilities, strengths they have, and with those resources what they can offer to the market. Second, they do a SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. They do a SWOT analysis. They try to identify what are the opportunities lying in the market, opportunities in terms of unsatisfied needs. What are the needs lying in the market with the customers which has not been satisfied, or which has not adequately been satisfied, or which we can satisfy in a better way with our resources? Those are the opportunities. Threats, what competitors are doing in the same line, with the same market, or with the same customers. Strength, what are your resource capabilities, financial resource capabilities, technological know-how, and human resource capabilities. And weaknesses, in terms of what are the loopholes or where the organization is vulnerable to the market. Third is to make some marketing assumptions. Marketing audit and SWOT, these are two analyses which are done with the exact, or which are done with the real things. Market assumption is a prediction where you need to, or the marketing department need to predict a market trend in terms of, like, for example, how the economic conditions of the consumer is going to change, at least from 1 to 5 years. They have to make a marketing assumptions at least for 5 years, how the economic conditions are going to change of the target market or of the selected market, how their lifestyle is going to change, how their taste and preference is going to change, what the industry or other competitors are going to offer in coming 5 years, what are the new technologies which might intervene into the market, and what are the cost and prices accordingly. Right. So market audit and SWOT are some two parts of the analysis which are done in real with real stuffs, and market assumptions or marketing assumptions is a set of predictions which the marketer need to do at least for 1 to 5 years. Then the third stage of the planning is creating a marketing strategy. Then you have to make a blueprint of marketing. Marketing strategy is basically set of all marketing activities that will be carried out in the 4Ps areas. In area of price, product, price, place, and promotion. What would be the product strategies? What would be the pricing strategies? What would be the place or distribution strategies? What would be the promotion or communication strategies? Marketing strategy is a blueprint of all the marketing activities basically in these 4 areas which the department is going to carry out. Right. Where and before planning the 4P strategies, they have to first set up the marketing objectives and goals. Marketing objectives are basically stated in 3 terms. One is in terms of revenue, how much revenue we will earn in one financial, maybe one financial year, or in a quarter, or half yearly, or in 2 years. What financial revenue or sales revenue? Second is the growth rate. Third is the competitive position. So marketing objectives or marketing goals are set in these 3 terms. What would be our growth rate? What would be the sales revenue? And what would be the financial growth or the return on investment, ROI? After making the marketing, stating the marketing objective and framing 4P strategies, next is forecast expected result. If the strategies in those 4 areas made or planned will be executed, then what results we can anticipate? Forecast the expected results. And while expecting those or anticipating those forecasted results, you need to be prepared with a plan B as well, because all your assumptions or estimations might not convert it into real. There might be political changes, there might be natural calamities occurring, there might be change in the trend, there might be a new overseas competitor entering with a better technology or a better patented technology which you cannot copy for a particular time period. So many other factors are there which might intervene and may not allow you to convert your plan or objective into real results. Right. So a plan B is always, because see, all these activities are linked, interlinked, intertwined. You cannot break or stop the process or put it into a shutdown mode. It has to go on. So you need to prepare an alternate, or the marketing department need to prepare an alternate plan, so that in case there are some political changes, let's suppose the government falls, a new government would come, and with the new government the policies would immediately change, and the policies may not give you the same trade conditions which the earlier parties gave you, earlier political condition gave you. Right. You need to have a alternate plan for that in case of exigency. If some forecasting, some marketing assumptions are failing or are not occurring as per your expectation, then what would be your course of action? And then the 4th step is allocating resources accordingly. When you have made a plan, you have planned strategies in 4Ps, in areas of 4Ps, you have to allocate resource accordingly. What would be your promotion budget? What would be your product development budget? What would be your distribution cost? What would be your channels of distribution, how to establish and implement them, then allocate resources accordingly into all marketing areas of all marketing activities, right? And we have some techniques like ABC analysis and all, which is done to divide your budget, entire marketing budget, into all these activities. Then you have to monitor the action plan. This is how the entire marketing plan goes on, which starts with the corporate planning or the corporate mission, right? Clear? Should we go to the next topic? Am I audible? Okay, yesterday only I came through a joke. After a 2-hour session, a professor, when was trying to leave the meeting, he found that he had muted himself. He had not unmuted himself. Right. So that was the joke of the day for me. I was afraid the same thing might not happen to me. Okay, no doubt. The next topic is marketing information system. For a successful implementation of the marketing plan, rather I can say for a successful planning of the marketing activities, what you need is a strong information system. While doing a planning, you need to have a lot of information or marketing data related to the industry, the competitors, the customers, their economic well-being, their taste, preference, lifestyle, and the political and economic condition of the market you want to entertain. You require a hell lot of data to make a marketing planning. So this collection of data and then organizing those data, sorting out the data, organizing those data, and convert them into usable format is done by the marketing information system. Marketing information system is basically a system which collect, organize, and disseminate data to the marketing department in their preferred way, the way they want it. Basically the marketing information system, it is at the center of the organization, which is linked to all other departments, all other areas of the organization. It collects information from different parts using some software technologies, software and hardware technologies. They try to analyze and interpret this data into meaningful marketing informations. The MIS channelize or collects data from different sources, or it has four aspects, or you can say siblings. One is the internal record. First is the internal records. Internal records are basically they are records related to sales data, customer data, product data, financial data like stock prices, etc. What is the financial worthiness of the brand, of the product, of the organization, of the company in the market. They speak about what is the sales revenue, what are the customers' response to the product cost of making the product, other financial data like stock price, etc. Second is the marketing intelligence system. Marketing intelligence system, this is like a spy, khufia agency, or you can say this is the raw of the marketing information system, which provide data about happenings in the market. Now, when we say it collects data about happenings in the market, in market we have two entities of interest for an organization or for a marketeer. One is the customer and second is the competitor. Right. When we talk about the political conditions, economic conditions, the entire organization is interested in it. But when we talk about the marketing department, they are more interested in what is happening in the customer's life and what is happening in the competitor's life, what they are doing and what the customer is, how customer is reacting to it. So the marketing intelligence system basically provide data about the happenings in the market in terms of customers and competitors. Like if there is a change in the lifestyle of the consumers, if there is a change in the marketing trend, is there a change in the competitor strategy, is the taste and preference of the competitor of the customers changing? If it is changing, then what factors are responsible for it? Is it economic well-being? Is it change in the family structure? Is it change in the technological know-how? Is it linked to their occupation and education? What are the factors responsible for the change in taste and preference, right? And the third factor is marketing research. Marketing research, before marketing research, like I'll give you an example of marketing intelligence system. In the last 1 year, in last 12 months, you have witnessed that many FMCG companies came up with hand sanitizers, right? It was the hand sanitizer became a cosmetic product. It is no more today treated as a healthcare products. Earlier there were few brands like Dettol, Lifebuoy, Himalaya, who were offering healthcare products or sanitizers, but today it is a cosmetic product. All brands are trying to make and sell hand sanitizers. Just imagine, just imagine if just imagine if this corona, this flu, it started in the month of November 2019, right? In China, it started with China. All those brands who could have made a prediction that this is a flu which would invariably flow or spread across the globe, accordingly they would have started production. They would have, and entire profit is report that this was a epidemic which is supposed to ପଢା ହେଇଥିବ ଆଉ subject ବି marketing information using different tools, questionnaires, they are analyzed and reports are given to marketing department. The fourth is called the marketing decision support system. Marketing decision support system is basically a software which take informations from all these three channels: internal records, marketing intelligence system, and marketing research, can organize those data in a proper format and then into information. As ultimate solutions for problem and can provide or produce relevant data about marketing information system. Clear? Voice is breaking. Now also it is not audible. Just a minute. One interesting part of marketing, that is STP, right? You have the information system, you have the research, you have the planning, but real marketing starts with STP. STP is about whom you are offering the product, who are your customers and how to select them, right? We read consumer behavior, we have to study the response of consumers, but before that you have to identify who are those consumers whose response we are interested in. MIS again, marketing, entire marketing information system. See, this is basically, I'll just give you RK Bedback. For you, just I'm summarizing it. MIS or Marketing Information System is a system which collects data from three different sources: internal records, a intelligence system is there, and a marketing research unit is there. They collect data from all these three parties or all these three wings using the MDSS, Marketing Decision Support System, which is a software. They can set solutions or they can identify solutions to many problems. Right? They can identify solutions to many problems. There is a crosstalk. Is it still audible? I'm not hearing any crosstalk. This one? STP I'm coming to. This is the previous slide. MIS now clear, Mr. Bedbach? It's basically an information system which take data from these three aspects, analyze using the MDSS, it analyze those data and can give solutions to many marketing problems. Right? Those solutions may not be perfect solutions, but to a great extent, those solutions can be worked upon. Then the last part of this module is STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Right? You wanted this slide? Shushantas. Yeah, we'll start with this. So when we studied consumer behavior, there we discussed that consumer behavior is consumers' response to marketing stimuli or marketing strategies, right? So when we're talking about consumers' response, we need to know who are those consumers. Can all be my consumers? If I'm making a laptop, I'm making an iPhone, I'm making a teacup, I'm making a electric water heater, are all my consumers? No. Then who are those consumers whose reaction is important? Who are the consumers whose lifestyle I need to study? Who are those consumers whose affordability I need to check? Who are those consumers I have to instigate their willingness? Who are those consumers whom I have to persuade with incentives? Babu, aao and take my products. You need to know who those consumers are. And you need not to know who those consumers are. You have to choose those consumers from the market. From the entire market, you need to choose that these are the people I'm interested in their wallet, taking a share from their wallet. These are the people I want their money. These are the people I'm after their need. These are the people whom my product will satisfy. These are the people who will help me to give profit. Right? There is a principle in marketing called 80-20 principle, which state that 80% of the company's profit is earned by 20% of loyal consumers. From the entire consumer base you have, if you have loyal consumers, 20% of them are loyal consumers, those 20% are responsible for 80% of profit. Because every time a loyal consumers means what? They are making repeat purchase. They are recommending your product to others. So every time a consumer is buying again, your cost of marketing is going down. And when the cost goes down, the profitability goes up. So 20% of consumers are responsible for 80% of your profit. The rest 80% of consumers give you 20% of profit. So you need to know who you need to choose that wide segment of consumers who will contribute 80% to your company's profit. So STP is a process, or STP is a model. Basically, A stands for segmentation, T for targeting, P for positioning. This is a model which is used to select a group of consumers whom you will serve with your products, try to satisfy their needs, place the product in their mind in a particular place, and then earn profit. Segmentation, targeting, and positioning. It is basically useful, or this model helps you to identify valuable type of customer. Means what? Today this STP is very important because today if you remember, in the mid 80s, Bajaj launched a scooter, Chetak, Bajaj Chetak, right? 150cc. two-stroke bike. And people waited, the waiting period or the lead time between ordering the product and getting the delivery was 365 days. Customers waited for 1 year to have that bike, and after giving 50% of the price. This is the scenario of the market. This was the scenario of the market in mid 80s. Today, bike brands, they put in the hoarding, pay ₹0 and ride my bike. Right, ride the bike. Take a loan of at 0% interest and ride the bike. Ride the bike now and pay later. These are the kind of punchlines they are using nowadays. So that was the time, or that was the marketing era where one product fits all, one size fits all was the strategy. So entire market was one market, and entire market was happy with one product. With the increasing affordability, with the increasing awareness, with the changing lifestyle, with the increasing gap between the rich and poor, with the kind of classification of the society, things changed. People's expectation changed, right? If you take the example of a simple chalk, which is used in the classroom on on green or black boards. We had chalks, then we wanted chalks which should not produce dust-free chalks. Then we wanted chalks with smell or aroma. Then we wanted chalks with no chemicals in it, or organic chalks. A simple product used for a simple purpose, and people's expectations, see the kind of expectations that are getting attached to it. And no wonder toothpaste with salt, with charcoal, with neem, with long, with sensitiveness, with glitters are making people happy. Toothpaste, and then I want glitters. I want it to be in red in color, gel form. I want clove oil in it. I want neem in it. I want toothpaste with salt. आपके toothpaste में नमक है तो नमक निकाल के सब्जी में डालेंगे, नहीं डालेंगे, but I want it. Yeah, I'm coming to that. What is segmentation and why we are segmenting it, right? So 80s was an era where one size fit all was the strategy. One product could made everyone happy. But today, one product is not making everyone happy. If I want a computer, I want specifications as per my desire in the product. Right? I want a particular memory capacity, I want a particular speed, I want a particular capacity of storage space, I want a particular speed, and I want a different type of screen. I want guards against my eyes. It should emit blue light, green light, yellow light, whatnot. This is an era of customization or personalization. Every customer wants product matching to his specific needs. So one product may not fit all. So when one product may not fit all, is it possible to make one product for one customer? Maybe, may not be. When I'm saying may not be, you people are okay, assured. One product for one customer is not possible. But maybe one product is also meant for one customer. How? Like, for example, designer wears. If we talk about designer wears, then one product, one customer is one market. The designers, if you call Manish Malhotra, if you beat Sabyasachi, Manish Malhotra, Ritu Raj, they are making one product for one customer, and for them that one customer is one market. If we talk about interior designers, again, one customer is one market and one product meant for one customer. If you talk about restaurants, I would say that I would order for a paneer lababdar, and I would say mitha besi karibani, tikke spicy karibo. Now I have a personalized request or demand. Segmentation is basically dividing the entire market. Since we cannot sell a product which will fit to all today, Segmentation is dividing the market into groups, so that these groups will be homogeneous in nature. Means homogeneous means that group will have similar kind of economic well-being, similar level of affordability, almost similar kind of education and occupation, similar, or they would be at par with their pay willingness and paying capacity, and their needs would be matching. पूरा मार्केट को ग्रुप्स रे डिवाइड कर दवा आ गोटे ग्रुप रे जेतिके मेंबर रहिबे से माने तांकर नेचर, तांकर कैरेक्टरिस्टिक, तांकर टेस्ट, प्रेफरेंस, तांकर अफोर्डेबिलिटी exactly match নহলে भी मोटा मोटी मैच होथुओ, so that you can select there are 100 customers in the market, you divide them into 5 groups, 20 20 20 20, and first 20 one group they want one type of product, second 20 another type of product, third 20 another type of product, fourth 20 another type of product, fifth 20 another type of product. If I have resources, I'll make products for all these 5 groups. I don't have resources, I'll make product for 3 groups. I even have scarce resources, I'll make product for 1 group, and will satisfy them only, because the group A, if are getting satisfaction from one product, the product A, group 5 may not get satisfaction for that same product. Like for example, if you there is a travel agency who are designing holiday packages, right? For them the market is of 3 types, or market is divided into 4 groups: bachelors, young married couples, families, and retirees, old retirees, right? Now when they're selecting destinations, do you feel the same destination will make all these 4 people happy? A bachelor might be interested to make a visit, or a 2 days, 3 nights 2 days visit, or 2 nights 3 days visit to Goa, but a old retiree may not. He might be interested in going Amarnath, use his money to go to Amarnath. So when a travel agency will design holiday packages, he had divided the market into 4 groups. Accordingly, he will choose destinations. Accordingly, he will price them. Accordingly, he will communicate. Accordingly, he will plan the site visits. Accordingly, he will arrange the lodging and boarding. Accordingly, he will offer a food menu. Because all these 4 groups have different tastes and different preferences. Some want a safe family group, want a safe holiday destination, whereas young married couples would need a adventurous exotic holiday package. Old retiree would like to visit holy destinations, whereas bachelors, they would be interested in you can say cruise trips, or adventurous trips, or hiking, mountaineering, thrilling games, this kind of bungee jumping. So he has to divide the market so that he can identify their specific needs. Accordingly, the resources, as per the resources he has, he will design products for them. I'll here give you one example how the marketeer is using this segmentation knowledge and is serving the market in a better way and is earning better profit. Now, like for example, let's suppose people who stay in hotels, how you can segment them? People who stay in hotels, how you can segment them? Now you would ask me a question. जे तो रहिबे होटल ले रहिबे तांको पुनी कोन तांकर कोन नीड्स होटल ले जे रहबो ताको रूम दरकार, खाइबा दरकार, सर्विस दरकार. No, in that also there are different types of needs. Right? Let's suppose someone is making a long trip. गोटे biker gang अछंती से गोटे लंबा trip bike रे जिबे. Right? Every evening they would make a halt and would look for a hotel to stay in. Travelers on the road, they are called travelers on the road. Travelers on the road would stay for a night, seek for a room for a night, and would next day morning walk out. There are people who want luxury. Even if they stay for one day, they want a luxury. Now just think of suites in hotels. A suite is almost kind of a 2 BHK or 3 BHK, where there would be 2-3 rooms, then a washroom, then a toilet, toiletries, a internet connection, a television, a sound system, a Wi-Fi, whatnot, a telephone and whatnot. Right? Now, a person who is going to stay in a hotel, why he want 2-3 rooms? Yes, people don't mind paying for those luxuries also. And forget about hotel. You go to hospitals, corporate hospitals here. More than a relative recently hospital Amri. I am talking about Amri. And when we got him admitted, they gave us a menu card. Which kind of room you want, sir? Ward, twin sharing, AC, twin sharing, non-AC, 3-bedded AC, 3-bedded non-AC, single private, non-AC, and a suite. As if we are going there to spend our holidays. And accordingly, they charge. I was sitting with the insurance agent there and I was discussing, and I was surprised to know that the doctor's fees, visit fee, differ depending on the patient's room. If he is staying in a twin sharing room, then the fee is 500 rupees. If he is staying in a single room, then the fee is 1,000 rupees. And if he is staying in a suite, then the fee is 2,000 rupees. Doctor's visit fee varies. Right. So Marriott International, what they did, Marriott International are owner of types of chain hotels. They basically have 3 brands. One is Marriott Courtyard, one is Marriott Ritz-Carlton, and one is Marriott Executive Stay. In Marriott Courtyard, that is basically meant a hotel, a chain of hotels meant for travelers on the road who enter into the hotel every evening and works out the next morning. Ritz-Carlton is for that luxury class or affluent class who don't mind to pay a premium for luxury, be it a 1-day stay or be it a 5-day stay. And executive stay is for people who want to stay in hotels for a longer period. Now, if you are a marketing executive to a company, you are the regional head, you need to move around. And every region you go, every area you enter, you stay there for 4-5 days. And you want a different kind of setup for that. You want comfort, you want balance of comfort and price. So they are offering, Marriott International is offering 3 brands of chain hotels to 3 different types of customers. This is what is segmentation. Segmentation is dividing the customers into groups so that they match, or members of one group are homogeneous in terms of their needs and characteristics. After dividing the market into groups, next is targeting. And this division of market can be done. There are many bases on which you can divide the market. You can divide the market on the basis of demographics, like age, gender, marital status, sexuality, education. You can divide the market on the basis of geography, region, state, geographic boundaries. You can divide the market as per psychographics like lifestyle, personality, values, learning. You can even divide the market on the basis of their behavior and plan strategy accordingly. Like, for example, when you divide the market on the basis of behavior, these flight companies, air flying service companies which are offering air flying services, they are using behavioral segmentation. Like for their heavy users, they have a different price format and or different promotional strategies, and they have different strategies for non-regular users. Right? Today in the morning or in the class at 4 o'clock, we are discussing about Titan offering different extensions, brand extensions to the market. Raga is a designer brand, Xylus is a stylish brand, Citizen is the economic brand, Sonata is the economic brand. They are using a lifestyle segmentation. Based on lifestyle, Fast Track is a sport brand. Based on lifestyle, they have divided the market. Similarly, HMT brand we don't find today, but it has divided the market on the basis of demographics, gender-based division. Watch for males, watch for females. So watches for males have a bigger dial, mostly square shaped dial, rarely round shaped dials, and watch for females wear small in size, mostly golden color bands, steel bands, and that's it. This is how you can divide the market into groups on different basis. After dividing the market, if your resources allows you, like Marriott International did, you can offer to all. You design a different product for different segment, different marketing strategy, and offer to all. But if your resources don't permit, better is to go for targeting, selecting a profitable segment out of all those groups. Now, we were discussing, I cited example, a travel agent who has divided the market into 4 types: bachelors, young couples, young married couples, families, and retirees. Now, he don't have resources. His resources don't permit to design packs for all the 4 groups. What he will do, he will target one group. He will select one group. Selecting that one group is called targeting. Selecting 2 groups is called targeting. Selecting a targeting is the process of selecting a segment. Now, how do you select a segment? While selecting the segment, normally the selection criteria are: is the segment profitable? Profitability of the segment. Which segment? What are their economic conditions? What is their purchase frequency? And how much profit I can earn? Profitability can be earned from purchase frequency and economic conditions. Size of the group, size of the segment. What is the population size of that segment? Potential growth. Is that segment going to grow? Accessibility. Do the law of the land allow me to reach that segment? The political conditions, the legal conditions of that market, do they allow me as a marketer to reach that segment? These are the 4 criteria which you have to use while selecting a segment. First is profitability, so that you earn a sustainable profit. Size, so that you get a market size, market growth. Potential growth, so that you can earn or you can grow in future. Your market will expand in future. Accessibility, so that you can legally reach them. Right? This is what is targeting. After targeting, the last one is positioning. STP model, the last part of the model is positioning. Since there is the intense or stiff competition in the market, now how to differentiate brand A from brand B? And unless until the consumer is able to differentiate brand A from brand B, if you cannot differentiate LIC from Aviva Life Insurance or Max New York Life, then how the consumer will make a preference? So in order to help the consumers to make a preference, what you have to do is position the brand in the consumer's mind. Means give a special place to the product in the consumer's mind. Put the product in a special place in the consumer's mind. Like for example, Tata, all products of Tata has occupied a place of trust and quality in the consumer's mind. Product from Tata means it is good in quality and trustworthy. I'll give you another example of positioning. Like for example, Johnson and Johnson. Now, Wipro is also offering products for kids or infants. Nestle is also offering products for kids and infants. Johnson and Johnson is also offering products for kids and infants. But which brand is most known? Which is in or whose equity is high? Which is heard most? Which is there in the consumer's mind? Which has a higher remembrance or awareness? Baby care products. If we talk about the segment baby care products, a tinta brand Nestle, Johnson and Wipro. And many people ebe Wipro mu कहले बहुत लोग आश्चर्य भी अच्छा Wipro रो भी अच्छे baby care products, because you people are not like real consumers of baby care products. आइदर तुम मानक भितर जो मैंने तो मैरिड नथिबे तांकर निजे यूज करितबे से एक्सपीरियंस भूली जाई सारतिबे बहुत आगरू 18-20 वर्ष 22 वर्ष तळे यूज करतिबे आ जो मैंने जस्ट मैरिड थिबे तांकर आसीनी टर्न टू बाय देम सो यू डोंट रिमेंबर राइट यू हैव नॉट एनालाइज से मार्केट को खोलताड़ करिनो now people say that and new people are saying that Johnson and Johnson is the most heard brand in child care products. Now if given a choice dita product rakha jibo gote Johnson and Johnson a gote anya brand ro you will pick up for sure Johnson and Johnson. This is called positioning. Means consumer has understood that Johnson and Johnson are they are people who are specialized in one market. They are focusing on one market. They have made a age-based segmentation. They have made products. They earlier were selling only to the segment of 0 to 1 infants. Now they have extended to kids also 1 to 3. And they are experts in doing that. So any product from Johnson and Johnson is acceptable. This is called giving a special place to the product in the consumer's mind. Like for another example, I'll cite antiseptic liquid. We have two known antiseptic liquids in the market. One is Dettol and the other is Savlon. Now, what is the difference between both the brands? Both are antiseptic liquids, but what is the difference? How do you perceive the difference? Dettol antiseptic liquid and Savlon antiseptic liquid. Do you perceive any difference? Savlon does not cause tingling sensation. Okay, Savlon doesn't burn. So, Dettol is more popular. Savlon burns less. It is easy. This says that when we say Savlon, it has a feature that is does not have that burning sensation after application. Makes it a product to be used to small regular wounds or wounds of kids. Dettol, which is a strong antiseptic liquid and causes a burning sensation, communicates that if you have got a serious injury wound, then you have to apply it, or if the injured person is an adult, then probably Dettol will work better than Savlon. That means both are antiseptic liquids but have been placed in different positions. They are not competing with the same position. They have been placed in two different positions in the consumer's mind. So when there is an occasion of use, we can clearly select which one to buy and consume. पुओ पड़िकी तार आंठुरे टिके खंडिया हो जाइए छोट पिलाटा कांदिबो एबे बहुत Savlon. You got a cut while using the knife while cutting onion in the house. Lockdown रे घरे थिलो आउ गोटे स्टेटस रे पिज्जा रो फोटो शेयर करिवार अछि सांग माने सब कलेनी डालगोना कॉफी रेडी हो जाइछि and you got a deep cut on the finger, then Dettol. This is called positioning. Positioning means giving an image to the product. Right? Earlier it was done, positioning was done by giving unique selling proposition, means giving some unique features to the product or unique performance to the product so that one product was made better or different from the other product. But giving uniqueness in the features or performance is not that easy or cost effective. Every time you cannot keep on giving features, associating new features or performance to your product. So earlier USP, concept of USP was used where every brand was having some unique feature and based on that unique feature, the brand was being sold. Then came a value proposition, entire value, cost benefit. The marketer tried to establish a balance between cost and benefit so that the value increases. Lesser the cost, higher the benefit, more is the value. So in some form, necessarily not in terms of features or performance of the product, and even in terms of presentation, in terms of packaging, in terms of belief, in terms of trust, in any term, if you can increase the benefits and reduce the cost, there will be a higher value proposition. You have to just increase the value of the product. You can even increase the value by using a degradable packet for the product. My product, the packaging I am using is eco-friendly. It is biodegradable, so you need not to worry about the pollution of the environment. You can throw it anywhere. Right? Ebe mu gote advertisement dekhithili gote company, some company, they have made a polythene which is water soluble. You at home only, after finishing the product, if you dissolve it in a glass of water, it will melt away. Higher value proposition. Ebe more au ette goda dustbin re polythene baharibani. Every time I am throwing 10 polythenes or wrappers in the dustbin, seta motte pinch korchi that I am polluting the environment. It will not happen now. Se glass ta pani ko mu dhali debi sink re. Higher value proposition. And to identify a position, the technique used is called position mapping. Position mapping is a map. There is a x-axis and y axis. They cross each other. So we get 4 segments. Charita box hame pai jay. There is x-axis and y-axis horizontally vertically cross karibe. We get 4 segments, right? Now, this segment ro axis they are features. किछि ना किछि features प्रति segment रे प्रति axis रे थिबो. So in those terms of features, you all can find from Google how position mapping is done. एटा course रे नाही, just for your interest you can find position mapping. से गोटे माने हमर गोटे जेमति graph paper रे मझी रे गोटे vertical axis गोटे horizontal axis टाणी देलो चारिटा quadrant मिलिबो. से क्वाड्रेंट चारिटा क्वाड्रेंट रो प्रति क्वाड्रेंट रे दीटा एक्सिस रहिला गोटे एक्स गोटे वाई से एक्सिस गुडा को हला फीचर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्ट देन यू हैव टू पोजीशन ए दीटा फीचर को फीचर टा केते देई कि मो प्रोडक्ट टा कोठी पोजीशन करबे कंपटीटर रो प्रोडक्ट टा मैप रे कोठी अछि मो कोठी ताको मो प्रोडक्ट टा को कोठी प्लेस करि परिबे सो दैट द वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन विल बी हायर. And when we do position mapping, we can create a special place in the consumer's mind, right? This is all about STP model, which is used to identify a segment in the market whom you can satisfy and who can give you profit. Right? Till this point, you all are clear? Bujela, STP is a little bit important thing, even for the examination, for your knowledge also, for the sake of marketing ideas also, STP, take importance such life. If you want to enter into marketing career, then STP has some importance for understanding, for getting the concepts and everything. Sushant, I'll go to MIS slide, but a parjanta samastankara clear or any doubt? Clear? Fine. MIS slide is this one. Slide 1. And this one is slide 2 of MIS. Clear? Okay. So in the next class, we will go to module 3. Module 3, I think it's about product and pricing, right? 2 classes. One class will discuss what is product, and the next class we will discuss about pricing, packaging and pricing. Product re hi hame pricing, packaging packaging, PLC guda discuss kar deba, and pricing we will discuss in the next class. So should I call it a day? Okay. IR is internal records. MDSS is previous slide re jo dekhi thili. MDSS is marketing decision support system. MR is marketing research. Rajat, is it okay? Internal records. What are the probable questions of module 2? When I'll send the PPT, just give me 1-2 days. A hectic schedule chalchite bahagaro chalchije. Give me 1-2 days with every module slide. The last slide will carry some questions, some mostly expected questions. You may not expect the question in those same words, but questions related to those topics. Okay. So I'm calling it a day. Thank you all. Good night. जाओ खा पी के सो जाओ. Bye. MDSSE is Marketing Decision Support System. This is a software.